Check, check, hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking your seats. We would like to begin our presentations, panels, and everything that we have on our program today, because we don't want to be late, especially not for the afternoon continental sections. We had to make some changes in this plan that you have in your booklets. It is normal because some of our guests are leaving today very early, so we put our panel, Content Creators, What is the Future? So we will start with this panel. Who will join people from AIPS, especially working group of Executive Committee, Mr. Hidon Jung from Korea, Mr. Jože Zidar from Slovenia, Mr. Hiroshi Takeuchi from Japan, and thank you. And with them, you can see Mr. Zacharias Vailakis from the World Athletics, and also Lucia Montanarella for IOC. But yes, of course. I will let the floor to my colleague Jože Zidar, who made a great effort to make this panel to be as good as it be. So Jože, you have a floor. Sorry, what happened with translation? Again, we don't have translation. It's better now? No translation? Please, can you fix translation? It is very important. What? It's okay? It's okay. Thank you.
Nadine, can we start with the video? Nadine, we can start with...
Bonsoir, bienvenue à Paris.
One very important man and very famous missing. He's over 50, so you can see he's not an athlete. Please. Can you recognize him? Who don't? So, you see, that man missing, this man missing. And this man has more than 90 million followers on Instagram. So I will go immediately to Lucia. Why you make that deal with him? Because we can imagine it was not the cheapest way to promote the Olympic Games.
Okay, good morning everyone. It's nice to be back here and talk about content creators. Just to clarify, the IOC didn't make any deal. Snoop Dogg was invited to the games by NBC, which is one of the rights holders of the games. And I have no idea how they made the deal. And it's really not the IOC business. the IOC was pleased to have someone like Snoop Dogg because, as you say, it created a lot of promotion, and we think it was a positive impact that it had. But it was an NBC initiative, and that's what it was.
But still, we can say the benefits of that, maybe about that also.
Well, the benefits, I don't think it was, I mean, for us it was good, but you know, in terms of having elements outside of the sport contributing to the promotion of the Olympic movement, there were many. You know, there were lots of celebrities in Paris. There was a red carpet at the opening ceremony, which was a new thing, and there was Snoop Dogg. So I know where you want to go, but I don't think that it was only Snoop Dogg. I mean, I think that Paris had made an effort in having elements that were not, as you said, specifically linked to the sport, to increase the reach of the games, and for sure, as Olympic movement, we benefit by that. But it was not only Snoop Dogg. It was a number of decisions that were made.
Snoop Dogg was never at the mix zones, at the media center, but he was almost in every event there. So I started with numbers, and with that data, you can see that we cannot stop that progress. That's why we create in Santa Susana last year a group for content creators in our associations. Just Yanis Daras missing here because he's ill. And we start immediately at the very last day with first meeting there. It was not easy because there were no example how to begin everything. But we agree how we will do it. So we started with the situation on the ground in each country and each continent. After a while, we produce very long document. You see that toilet paper. You can put a lot of things in that paper, but it will be a toilet paper. After that, we need 4 months to reduce that on 2 papers. And I think the contribution of Hiroshi was crucial at the time because he said what we need to focus on. The basic things of journalist work is ethic. So we focus on ethic, not on business. Please, if you can tell more about that.
Thank you for your kind introduction of me. Perhaps I'm a representative of old head, you know, having very few knowledge about the content creator. And first impression, I heard the activities of content creator might, you know, threaten our journalism, sports journalist, particularly on spot of the sporting event venue. As Lucia explained yesterday, in general conditions and general surroundings now, during the Olympic Games, for the mixed zone, for the press tribune, on the working place, it's very, you know, restricted area. If content creator appear on spot of the sporting venue, the congestion can be, you know, terrible, and they cause us a lot of problem. But having heard the content creator mainly work on his activity site, at his home or outside of a sporting venue, and the physical congestion cannot be appeared. That is my first impression and relief as a, professional sporting reporters on spot. Yes, I do understand the federations, perhaps IOC also, wants to be widespread their main activities through new channel of content creator to every corner of the world and every potential audience. And that is, in the end, a plus influence to the federations, IOCs, and perhaps on us as well, because we have a potential readers of our articles and the potential, people who can enjoy our product of photos and radios, those kind of things. But this, debate, if this debate can contribute to make you, in your country or in your continent, make a standard of the content creators' activities and the definition of the professional reporters' activity, that can be, benefit in the coming days. That's why I'm here. I listen to the voices more, and if I have, I will say something more. It's, I believe, can be productive. Thank you.
Now I will go not 1 year to the past, but 3 years to the past. It was our Congress, and Martina Kucherova came. We discussed, Mark was there too, as a delegate for athletics. And it was the very first time we officially faced content creators issue from the federations. She introduced us only an idea. But this idea came up to the live at the World Athletic Championships in Budapest. At that time, we have, on the very first day, a problem because content creators was on the very first row at the at the mix zone. It was almost a mess, but because we started so early with discussion and everything, we settled that problem in a matter of hours. Please, if you can say more directly about that.
Thank you, Jose. So, in World Athletics, we went into the preparations for the World Championships in Budapest in 2023, probably the best World Championships ever. And we allowed, in discussion with my colleagues, some of the content creators to be accredited as media. Why we did that? Because we had no other category to accredit them, and we wanted the diverse coverage, some of them, that they can offer for our sport. We identified the issue in regards to congestion in the mix zone, some issues in the press conferences, etc. And we took measures right after Budapest. We created a new accreditation category, the content creator accreditation. It's not managed by the member federations, like press and photo is managed. It's managed directly by World Athletics. We are trying to accredit those people as based on merit, so we check the The content, the quality, the relevance with athletics, the followers, of course, because we, as you can understand, content creators is literally everybody. So we might face situations that we have fans with 2 or 3 or 4,000 Instagram followers that they would like to be accredited for this event. So we want to avoid that. So we created this category. We were very, very strict in Glasgow. We created a separate area in the mixon in Glasgow during the World Indoor Championships. At the very, very end of the mixon, right after the non-right holders, we had a small area for the content creators. We received around 47 applications. We approved 7 or 9, I don't remember right now. And I think the feedback we got from all of you was quite good. So based on that, we continue. Obviously, the starting point for us was to define the content creator. Who is an individual content creator for World Athletics? So it's someone who has no affiliations with any media organization, no commercial affiliations, and they are working for their own social media channels. Saying that, I must also clarify that content creators hired working for established media organizations, international news agencies, official World Athletics partners, and right holders are still accredited through those organizations' quotas, so that they are not going through the individual content creators.
I need to mention also that after we produced that short document, no toilet paper, on 2 pages, we have a material that we can bring not just to you, but also to the federations. And we discussed immediately, because in the same times, International Olympic Committee produced their own document even before, maybe even before, but
No.
that new one came later.
Let's clarify here, because here it's very delicate, okay? So, and we're all journalists, and we all need to get the facts right. First of all, I think we all agree that in the world of communication nowadays, there is a big role played by what we call content creators, which are these individuals that either, as Doug said, in a media organization or by themselves, they promote events and cover events, okay? So this is a reality. So because it's a reality, and because like World Athletics, we run an accreditation process, and we've received a lot of requests for accreditation for Paris, which we have denied for press. We obviously realize that there is a large group of people out there that are legitimately doing their job, and we need to find a way to recognize them. So this is the reality, okay? So you can't decide we don't recognize them. We haven't done a document. Let's to be clear. The IOC doesn't have at any point now any guidelines. What we've done in the forum that we usually use, which is the IOC Press Committee, which is a representation of the media industry, of the NOCs, of the IFs, and where also APS sits with its president, Gianni Merlo. At the press committee, we've created a working group. This working group, chaired by Ricardo Zuniga, who is the sports editor of Associated Press, and he had a number of members of the press committee participated, including Zach. Zach is a member of the press committee. They worked alone, independently, and last November they came to the press committee meeting and they presented their recommendation. And their recommendation included the suggestion of creating a category for content creators, the suggestion of creating a zone inside the venues where these content creators can operate, and a suggestion that this content creator can have an area maybe in a fan zone, and can be recognized in covering press events and media briefings. These were the main 4 points that came as a recommendation from the working group to the IOC. And this happened in November, okay? The way it works in my organization is that when there are recommendations, then there is an internal process. To me, when we talk about content creators, the main issue is not to recognize them with an accreditation, but to define what they can do, okay? Because there's no point in accrediting people if then you don't know what they can do. So thanks to the Budapest experience, we've assumed and assessed everybody that they cannot mix with journalism mix zone. So thank you, World Athletics, because through that we know. So we know that that's the case. But what is the content that they're creating? What is the basis of what they do? It's that magic word, it's video. We all agree on that, correct? They are not writing 3,000 words pieces. They are not interested in photos. They want video. They want capturing videos, sharp, quick snippets of action, correct? So when we talk video, we go in immediate conflict with media rights, immediately. So there is a process that I have happily started within the IOC to first understand what can they do, because I can create a category, but then they go in the venue and they can't do anything, so what's the point? As you were pointing out, in Paris, for the first time, our media rights holders, so NBC and several others, Warner Bros., they were given the opportunity to have their own content creators. Snoop Dogg was one of them. But with them, there is no issue in creating content, because if they create videos, they have the media rights, okay? So the process that I've started is that I've been working with the media rights team. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you now what we're doing, but we're going to do something in Milano. But I need first to confirm that with the working group and the IOC. I think my message in terms of the organization that I represent here is that, number one, the IOC is recognizing that there is a population out there that we have to look after, because they have a role in media and in the coverage of the games. Two, we are trying to work and find compromises, because it's all about compromises with the media rights holders in what can be done and how these people can be brought in, making sure that they do their job respecting a code of conduct that obviously needs to work out. As I said, we're very grateful of World Athletics and what they're doing. I am actually will go to Tokyo to see how also for the World Championships is organized. But it's a process that goes step by step. So it's not that you wake up a day and you say, okay, they're in. There's lots of work to be done.
Thank you. I just need to clarify, because our first contact was in December with Ricardo and his group. And this is not an official document. I need to stress that, but it's a first real document we face it from the Federation or International Olympic Committee. We did that 2 months ago, our documents. So it was obviously that the first date possible to meet each other was in December. At that time, you also know that it was also election process inside the Olympic Committee, International Olympic Committee. But nevertheless, we decided that we will continue with our work. And I think it was a crucial moment at that time. If we will stop, we will not be here. And I think this is the most important thing now we are facing. Also, I told at the executive committee, the last one last year, that we will start with International Olympic Committee, World Athletics, UEFA, and FIFA. We spoke here also with UEFA. They also have some guidelines. So we will continue that work with those federations. Because as I started, it was completely empty document without any guidelines or any word about that. So this field will continue to develop, and this is another coin of artificial intelligence we are also facing. Because now, it's not my explanation, we are living in a second industrial revolution. And this is coming from new Pope Leo. It's not from my or any civil person, but from the cleric. So now we see what we are facing. And for us, I think it's important that we have organization, AIPS, that we can address that problems, because we have people around the world, and if we work together, we can produce really good opportunity for us in the future. Because I think maybe Lucia and Zacharias will agree, the federation also need us. As I mentioned, what happened in Budapest. It will be, at that time, it was possible that we start fight at the mix zone. True? And we avoid that. Maybe now to Hedong, when he saw the document for the very first time. I think it was a very interesting reaction when you saw the document for the first time.
Yes, I think the Korea situation would be a very good example. As you know, South Korea, we are making a lot of the very popular, global popular entertainment contents. You know, K-pop, K-movie, drama, a lot of yes, entertainment contents we are making. So also South Korea, in terms of high-speed penetration rate, 90%. So we are always positioned the top of 1 or 2. So I believe South Korea is global leader in terms of the digital contents. So many the contents create workings very actively in our especially the most popular content is entertainment, and also the sports area. Yeah, there are also many content creators. Mostly they are retired journalists and retired yes, football sports star, and then they are making mostly video related to the popular sport, the #1 popular sports in professional baseball, and maybe second football. And then also they are making interview and fan-based interaction, some content. I believe the contents economy in South Korea is worth $2.2 billion US, $2.2 billion in 2023. So I believe this market is growing very fast. And regarding relationship with the traditional media, I'm an honorary president of Korean Sports Press Union. Also, I was president of Korea Sports Press Union for a long time. I believe the traditional media, like a major television, the printed media, I believe we are still dominant. But you know, always content creators, because generally young generation, they are likely to trust content creators more than traditional media. So this is, I cannot understand. So Lucia, you talked about the Paris Olympics. IOC allowed content creators to cover the Olympic content. So my company, we had SBS television, you know, one of the major right holder in Paris Olympics. My company, we hired a very famous cartoonist, because he's very influential among the young generations. and very famous the foreign guys. So we made many the not regular style, traditional style of content, mostly based on the young generation taste. But we made a great success. We made a great success. I think Korean broadcasting, especially right holders, they will invest more, I believe, and then they will make a focus on more on the content creators. This is situations. And then, but also there are, the conflict between traditional media. Sometimes I saw that because we know each other, the ethics of code, how to work, how to behave in the mixed zone, because we have rules also. The seniors, they told me, if you go mixed zone, do this. But these guys, they haven't never trained. So these guys, they don't have rules, they abruptly, the intrude in the interview, middle of interview. So some, conflict, sometimes they fought each other. But I believe also so we should set clear rules to help traditional media and content creators work together. I believe. But the South Korean government and the Ministry of Sports Culture, they made some guidelines, but I don't believe it is not clear, not clear. So very hard to implement in real fields. So I believe, yes, this is very important, because I believe content create will be more powerful, more influential in the future. I don't know, maybe tomorrow, but 1 year later. But I believe they will replace, or otherwise we will work together with them. So it's very important, make very clear rules that allow traditional media and content creators work together properly.
I mentioned a second industrial revolution. This will not be, when we will look back to the history, a certain point, but it will be a period. And regarding media, started with the internet, some 20 years ago. We had at that time big problems in traditional newspapers. And nowadays, almost all media is on internet. I think the development will go on that. Maybe Lucia can add that.
I agree with you, and I think I mentioned yesterday the media is evolving, and that's a fact, and I think that we cannot oppose. I agree that I think we have to find, like in everything, the balance on how the traditional media works with these new roles. But the part I go back is the video component that created a very difficult situation. Because, as you know, up until now, nobody that doesn't have the media rights for the games is allowed to film inside the venue, okay? So this is the rules, and the same rules will be in Milano Cortina. The problem is to find the trust of the media rights holders to allow content creators to be filming in venues at certain conditions. And I think for World Athletics, the situation is in a way easier because it's one sport and it's talking about 7 content creators. We have multiple sports, multiple venues, and thousands of media. So if we decide that, let's say that we decide that 1% of the population of accredited press are content creators, that will be what? Will be 60 already for the Olympic Games, Summer Games that have a 6,000, we have a 6,000 quota. If out of those 60, there's one that misbehaves and films stuff that it's not in the agreement with, we finished. We go back to before the industrial, yes. So
Stone Age.
it's a very risky step. And as I said, for me, it's already very important that we are having this conversation. I think I've actually hope that there is some question or comment or feedback, because I think it will be good to be all on the same page. And I agree that maybe the path forward is to work together and create a common code of conduct and common rules. But it's not that easy. Okay? What I want to say is not that easy, because when you talk about people that are allowed to start to film in venues, despite we are saying no action, no mix zone, I see it. My life, my personal life at the Olympic Games is to write reprimand letters to organizations that are filming in venue. That's what I've done all my games in Paris. I've done nothing else than writing to organizations to say, I'm taking away your accreditation if you do it again, or writing to NOCs. That's been my job for 60 days. So the trust is not there, you know, because people are cheating. And we all pay the price for the people who cheat. But it's very difficult to have the NBC of the world and the Globus and Warner Discovery to trust us when every games we have non-rights holder cheating. So it's I'm just sharing this for you to understand what is reality, you know, because then people say, oh, the IOC is an old-fashioned, is out of reality, doesn't understand. We do understand. But then we pay the price of people who are abusing the rules. So we are with you, we want to do it, but it's not going to be something happening like this.
Maybe in that matter, also Zacharias can add something from this year World Indoor Championships.
So yes, Lucia mentioned that it's easier for World Athletics. It is easier because, first of all, we don't have all these video restrictions in the mix-on. We are allowing press to film video interviews in the mix-on. We are allowing non-right holders to bring their cameras and work in the mix-on. And obviously, we allowed in Glasgow and in Nanjing the content creators to film videos at the very, very end of the mix-on. Something about the numbers. In World Athletics, we opted to be quite strict in the selection because we didn't want to change the quotas. As you know, in media operations, we are adapting to each venue. So yes, in Budapest, we had more than 850 press and photographers together. In Tokyo, we do expect a bit more. But in Eugene, a few years back, we had much, much less because we had to adapt to the venue we had. For the content creators, we chose to be strict and we would not reduce the quota of the press and photographers accredited for our events. And we are working on an internal quota that we all agree for operational reasons. Depending on the size of the mix-on we have, depending on the city we are, depending on all these factors, which brings me to China and Nanjing. Nanjing, we had the World Indoor Championships this year, the second year that we had the content creators accreditation. What has happened is that in China, as you know, content creation is number one, I guess, like South Korea. We received over 100 applications, but we had no space. Literally, we had no space. It was a very, very small venue. We had no space. So what we did is that with the help of the Chinese Athletics Association, we chose only one or two, if I'm not mistaken, that they were actually accredited for this event. So again, we work towards the editorial coverage, that we prioritize the editorial coverage by you. And when we can adapt and bring more content creators, we do it. I must say that World Athletics, we do use content creators for ourselves, for our coverage. And the same goes to right holders and our partners as well.
At that point, I need to underline that it was crucial that we start together 3 years ago, maybe even half a year more, because In that case, we can manage all the big issues and problems we can face. Second thing, I mentioned that our document is approved by EC. It's starting and finish almost at the same time as document of the group of IOC. But there will be still a process, and I believe it will be a lot of modification because of nature of International Olympic Committee, also television rights, media rights. The biggest income come from that field. So this will be also a developing process for all of us, also for the media. We face that. I will say that again. Some 20 years ago with internet. But internet now, it's very clear. We know how can we do that in that way. But we don't know how we will do it on social media. That's why, Hiroshi, thank you very much again. We start with ethical standards. In our document, ethics is the #1 priority. And we need to do, as a journalist, from that starting point in the future. Because in that way, people will believe us, and we will have better position also with federations, clubs, and others, because they will believe us. I think this is the most important thing. Also, we discuss how we will do it in the future, because now we are talking with 4 major sport federations, IOC, World Athletics, European Football Union, and we will do the same with International Football Organization, FIFA. Because we need to start on the top, on the most difficult issues and problems. We don't need to be afraid of content creators or with those things we are facing now. Because when you are afraid, you will sooner or later will do a mistake because you are afraid. And maybe before I will give the floor to the Congress, Hiroshi.
Yes, one of the saddest things I'm seeing now is abuse against athletes outside of media, you know. So many abuse, including discriminations, we are seeing now after the expected athletes failed in the big games, World Championships, and in the Olympic Games. We, you know, traditional media have a kind of code of conduct inside our company and under the regulation of the National Media Association. But if you let the loose hand to the individual content creator who we do not know what kind of ethics they have, it's a danger. Yeah? So if they can work as a contractual basis with the federations and IOC, federations and IOC encourage them to establish their own code of conduct or contractual-based code of conduct. Otherwise, you know, we will see more abuse and attack against the athletes.
We agree, we addressed that matter during this Congress. Thank you, Lucia, for that. Also, Zacharias, maybe Lucia about that.
I fully agree. I fully agree. We need to have terms and conditions, and this is why I agree that there must be a category of accreditation, because through that, once they accept the accreditation, they must sign the terms and conditions. So I totally agree with that. We are at the IOC one step before. We need to understand what they can do with that accreditation, and the discussions internally with the marketing and media rights department are not concluded. But once we define what they can do, then we can create an accreditation, and then those terms and conditions will need to be, accepted by anybody who is accredited. But that's for everything we do. I mean, also for the e-accreditation, Hiroshi, there are conditions that you have to abide to. So I think it's a matter of life, I guess.
Also, one concern maybe to Lucia. With discussion with you guys, I noticed that you fear that it will be for traditional media less space at the Olympic Games or other major events. Maybe regarding that, because I think this is fear too much.
No, but I think that there mustn't be fear. I think, and that's why I would like to hear from the audience, because I think it's a fact that this role exists, and it's a fact that they contribute to the promotion of sport and events. I think this is undeniable. Nobody can say, oh no, they don't exist. They do exist. So it's a matter of being smart in the way we bring them into our family, but it doesn't mean that if you bring them into family, you kick out someone else. I mean, the idea is that you bring them in and we all live together with clear roles. And I think, again, that we've established here today, and I'm sure that everybody is aligned, that they are not reporting. They are not doing the job of reporting. What they want to do is they want to provide their view, which is pretty subjective views and opinionated views on the events, but it's a different angle. I don't think that any of you will ever report at the games the way these content creators do. So I think they're different jobs, they're different things, but we cannot leave them outside of the door. We need to find ways to have them in. Snoop Dogg is obviously, it's a big example because of how famous it is, but we understand that there is an audience and an impact on the sport and on the events due to their presence. So that's where I think we stand, and I don't think that media should be afraid of losing their role in reporting, because these people are not interested in reporting on sport.
Also, I'm very happy that we also agree that we will work together in that matter in the future. This is here we can address the Congress. Will be so.
Jože, thank you very much. Also, our president, Mr. Gianni Mello, would like to be a part of it. Yes, there will be questions after that.
I wanted only to add to Zenk to what they said, because it is important, the creation of this working group. We have the working group in football, we have the working group now on this matter that is very delicate. And it's important also that at the level of continental section, you can have other working group for the area, because sometimes the area are different, has a different feeling. And after they can talk together, because we have to enlarge the discussion to the world, because in every country is different, the situation. What we have seen, content creator, what it means. We are content creator too, because we create something every time, information, reporting, as he said, but we are content creator. The problem is, first of all, we cannot tell that these people cannot work, because this is going against the human right, because everybody has the right to have a job and to make money, no? But we must make a regulation when we said we must fix some points, the most important is ethical. Because even yesterday, when we speak about artificial intelligence, the problem is the ethics. The ethics principle to use the artificial intelligence in the right way. And this is something very special. What World Athletics has done last year, and their president during the interview that we did, has said there is only one thing that is very dangerous. He told next year, this year, on the plane going to the ultimate championship in Budapest, on the plane there will be the athlete with their digital manager. What it means, digital manager? A content creator, individual content creator. Because now all the top athletes, they have their own content creator. And this is the problem, because they have the exclusivity. So we have to begin, and I think that today is very important, we have to begin the negotiation to fix the points. When we speak about the rules that we are trying to put in place, Zidar has worked for months on this, a long phone call to discuss, but we have to continue because, as he said 20 years ago, our problem was the website, the people that were working for the website. At the beginning, we have not accepted to give them the accreditation. It was the big fight. But after, now the websites are normal. Maybe it's the contents that they will produce. World Athletics is right when he said, we accept some of them, but not the people related to the companies, that they go there for advertising, because this is the other danger also for the organizer. So what I think is that, guys, it's necessary that in every continent you produce some work that can be collected by this group of people, high level. So after every time, every 6 months, 1 year, every year, we can come out with document. It's important that we show that we are studying in a proper way, and after we fix also the point of ethics of this kind of work. Thank you very much. Sorry for the intervention.
Before we'll go to the questions, also one thing. Joe Lange, please tell to the Congress how we will do it on general world, global level, from that point we are now.
Just a few minutes. Additional to President Gianni Merlo, we also have our sport delegates in different sports, and it's a very important topic. So with the next meeting, Zoom or in person, we will have a big discussion also about this issue.
So at least at that time I will be there to speak with all of them about that matter, and then all will be included in that work. I think, as Gianni mentioned, it's important that we will touch then also national level and continental level, because we need to speak the same language, and it's no need to fight. We need to talk, and in that way we will find a solution. I mentioned Zacharias also at the Budapest on the very first day. So this is the only way we can address that. Yes?
Hello, everybody. I'm Alexander Glavinsky from the Ukrainian Sport Press Association. So you know what I think? Below this content creators, what is the future? We can write traditional media, what is the future? Because I think we don't need to assure to convince anyone here of importance of the media for society, yes? What media do we know? Media show real life, not fictional life, not created life. But the real life, yes, what we do. So when you, Lucia, IOC and others, start to thinking how to use the floor for the content creators, influencers, and others, I have to ask, what was media? We will write our articles. Who will read our articles after all these things? When the people, the society, pay attention to the social nets, which already decreasing the media audience. And social net create a different reality very often, because the person could choose what the person want to see and also what news they want to get. So the problem is that when you are thinking how to give the space, some kind of accreditation, but it looks like some kind of media accreditation to the content creators, maybe other called, but it's also media accreditation to them to create content, and we are sitting in the shadow writing our articles. For example, during the Olympiad, we have on the rights to make an audio record of the interview in the mix zone, because the rights for the TV, we understand, we respect it. It's important for the popularity of the Olympic Games, for money also, let's be fair. Also, you inviting Snoop Dogg for the money, for the creation, not only popularity, yes? For all this is everything together, social nets. And content creators will help you also in this. Maybe that's okay. But when you're talking about the media and important for society, because now, day by day, month by month, year by year, the traditional media became more important for society. And this is a big problem, because we can imagine what will be next when reality will be created by somebody. And during the Olympiad, for example, when even you wait after interview with the athletes of your country, not some stars, but athletes from the country you know, for example, for me, because you have to be in the media, but you work, you have to adapt to reality, so you write your articles, but you think, how will you find the way to your audience? So you use the social nets to promote your materials, yes? I'm finishing, but it's an important thing, it's an important thing for all of us. Maybe the main theme. So you only could make audio if you would like to make, after all this, in some corner of the arena with Ukrainian athletes, some interview on video, just short, to make some advertising for your material in newspaper. It's not allowed. You could only meet your athletes somewhere there, out of arena, maybe in other place, but time is going and you losing all this time to make it in time interesting, yes? So this is a problem. When we give the floor to content creator, so we demolished importance of media. And let's ask ourselves, do our society still needs media? Because here, what is the main goal for AIPS? To save the profession. We are trying here to save us. I'm sure that media is important for society. But is society sure that we need for them? They need us, sorry. Thank you.
Just one technical, we don't have enough time to discuss everything in details now. Please question to Lucia or to Zacharias. Lucia need to go in 20 minutes or so. I think it's a golden opportunity for you to ask questions, please.
Hi, my name is Catalin Țeperin. I'm from the Romanian Sport Press Association. As Alex stated before, if this is not the Congress of the content creators, but the Congress of the sports press professionals, then we should focus on how to protect our profession, not how we have to integrate others. So for me, we have to draw the line between the entertainment and the journalism. Because the thing is that the federation and also the athletes, not the bigger audience from the content creators is the most important thing, but the thing that they are very comfortable. They are not asking questions, they are not criticized. So most of them just promoted what they are paying for, which is not journalism, is PR or entertainment. So the hard work, the everyday coverage is done by us, by the professional journalists. The others are coming just for the party or for the budgets, for the money, you know. So we should protect the journalists and our access, our own areas to work in without mixing the things, because this should be the end of our image in front of the audience. The people will not know if the guys who are cheering or who are dancing on the media press tribune are journalists or influencers, you know. So, yeah.
Please.
Otherwise, in a few years, the Snoop Dogg will stay on the stage and we will stay on the hallway. So if you don't draw the line between the entertainment and the journalism, we will be done. Thank you.
But please question, we have here position.
No, but I think it's worth commenting on this, because maybe we're not. I mean, maybe I'm not being clear enough. Nobody is touching the role of the media, and everybody is protecting. I think that what happened in Budapest is the clear example that the sports organization give value to the media and give priority to the media. So I think this is a clear example of what is happening. There was an approach. The approach was not working, and it was not protecting the work of journalists, and that approach was abandoned immediately. So I think we've not been clear. Nobody wants to unprotect the media, and I personally do not believe that the media is going to disappear as it was hinted. I think, however, and there are many media organizations across the world, that if you accept the fact that content creators exist and they can enhance your work because they can put the spotlight, an additional spotlight on what you do, that's the way to go. And I think there are examples in Korea, and I think it's a reality we cannot ignore. But nobody wants to take away the reporting, the sports reporting, the areas. I mean, you're mentioning the areas. All we've done here is to say that they cannot work in the areas that are for media. We are not saying that they're taking your press seat. We are not saying that they're taking your place in the mix zone. We're saying the opposite. So either we've not been very clear, or, apologies if I'm very direct, I'm known worldwide for being direct, or you just have a preconceived idea that you are not want to abandon, because none of us here has said anything of what you've just mentioned. So I'm sorry if we've not been clear enough. I will continue on this path and try to be as clear enough and making sure that the media is protected, but that these people, they do legitimately what they're doing and promoting the sport.
Zacharias.
No, I don't have anything else to add on what Lucia had said. We are aligned with the IOC, in the press committee, with you, with AIPS, with also all the other stakeholders, the media stakeholders. It's clear that we don't give up space. We already plan for the media, the non-right holders, the photographers, to give this space to content creators. We are just integrating this new group to give a more diverse coverage of the event, which, and I agree with Lucia, eventually it must be seen as a help to the media industry.
Iba a hablar en español, no hay problema para ustedes. Ok, gracias. Ernesto Ortiz de Uruguay, gracias por este panel y por este espacio de reflexión. Valorar esto que estamos haciendo, discutiendo, porque en el año 2010 hacíamos un foro sobre el periodismo digital y quién iba a pagar nuestros salarios. Ese era el título del foro. Porque venía el periodismo digital y creamos un montón de reglas para acceder a las acreditaciones. que tuvieran portales 24/7, la información deportiva, qué porcentaje tenía que tener. Y al final nos pusimos de acuerdo y hoy todas las acreditaciones dicen periodista digital o periodista de radio TV. O sea que lo que tenemos que entender que ya no es una época de cambio, es un cambio de época que vino para quedarse y que además nosotros no estamos capacitados para impedir el trabajo de nadie, porque el trabajo es un derecho humano. Entonces hay que respetarlo. Por otro lado, ya somos todos un medio de comunicación, porque toda la información pasa por acá. Usamos esto para todo, el 95%. Pero además, que todos somos un medio de comunicación, se están dando casos en el mundo, objeto de análisis, que nos hacen ver que la creación de contenidos ya es lo que busca la gente. La información la tiene, lo que quiere es que le cuenten historias. Entonces los medios de comunicación contratan creadores de contenido. Y es una realidad que vino para quedarse. Las cadenas de Estados Unidos tienen 55 millones de espectadores en horario pico y Trump tiene 92 millones de seguidores. Comunica más Trump que las cadenas de Estados Unidos. Entonces, esa es una realidad. En mi país pasa lo mismo. La prensa digital tiene 400.000 clics, pero hay periodistas que tienen 400.000 seguidores. Informan más que la prensa digital. Entonces, ¿cuál es la posición de las federaciones internacionales? Porque en mi país creamos un grupo de trabajo, porque la Asociación Uruguaya de Fútbol nos pidió crear un protocolo para los creadores de contenido, porque tienen que proteger a los detentores de derechos, a los pagantes de derechos. Los creadores de contenido se saltean las reglas, filman cuando no deben, entonces no los están acreditando, se está generando un problema, y cuando juega un partido Uruguay por las clasificatorias, hay 450 pedidos de acreditación y 160 son de creadores de contenido que no los acreditan. ¿Cuál es la posición de las federaciones internacionales al respecto? ¿Los van a acreditar? ¿No los van a acreditar? ¿Cuál es la regulación que aconsejan que se debería llevar adelante en este aspecto?
From the IOC perspective, as per today and as per the next games, the content creators are not recognized. So this is where we are now. Okay, so for Milano Cortina, all the requests that we've received, and also we don't know what we don't know is that you know that the IOC gives a quota to the National Olympic Committee, and the National Olympic Committee distribute in their countries, okay? Now, this morning someone came to me and said, oh, I know that my National Olympic Committee in Paris gave a lot of accreditation to content creators. This is wrong, because in the guidelines it's clearly written that they should give accreditation to written press, photographic press, or we give it to the non-rights holders. So if the National Olympic Committee then gives the accreditation to content creators, this is something that is out of our control, and I've learned for the first time this morning, okay? But for now, for Milano Cortina, we are not recognizing content creators as member of the press.
I think this is very important to clarify, because we said that things earlier also, before. Please.
Just on that matter, the code of conduct is the most important tool that we have here, and we have developed our own in World Athletics. We have shared it within the press committee, and we will share it with AIPS as well, so we can work towards a better version of that, because I'm not saying it's a perfect version. So we are working towards that. What Lucia just mentioned, it was the main reason for us with the member federations that we decided that we will take over the accreditation, so we don't assign the content creators category to the federations to provide any access codes or anything to apply for accreditation. We created one platform that World Athletics is managing it 100%, and we decide on the numbers, and we go through the content, and we check, if needed, with our ethical committee or our legal team as well, the content of these creators. It's a lot of work, I can guarantee you.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to address this to Lucia, and thank you for your contribution. I think it is very important. We have been talking about the Budapest case, but I have a picture on my telephone. One of our #1 photographer was taking it in the Paris Olympics when we had the French versus Hungary female handball match. And the first best photo position, there was a piece of paper saying influencer, which is quite strange, you know, because that you would think in the photo position, this is definitely not the place where an influencer should take place. Nothing else. It's just an A4 paper written on with a pen on it, which is quite. Who is this? Why do you take the first position of the photographer's position? So, what is the future to be? So, my question is for all of us to take something home from this conversation. Now, at this very moment, knowing all the difficulties and also the complications of the role of conduct, what is the plan at the moment that you can promise to us? There is going to be like a separated area for the content creators, if at all, in Cortina or in the upcoming events, or even in a major sporting events? Or what is the plan, sort of not to mix these people and taking the very important places away from those who would be signed up to do their work and they are accredited journalists, photographers, whatsoever. Thank you.
As I mentioned, in Paris, there are content creators approved by OBS for the rights holding media. And they came to us to ask if they can have, in some venues, I think they had swimming, handball, athletics, and tennis. They asked for one position in a photo position. And we said yes, because that's the way we work with rights holders. We have no issue in working with the rights holders because going to war, it's not our style. So we've agreed that the content creators, influencers, or whatever you want to call them, social media, of the media rights holders, in that case it was NBC, could be in the photo position. And it might be the case in Milano. We might make the same decision. We haven't decided yet. We haven't received the request. I do not think that having one position in a photo position is infringing the rights of the photographers. Yes, it's the press one, it's the photo. Well, but there were also photographers there, correct? Yeah, so it was one person with photographers. So one, usually photo position have, let's say, the small one have 6, the bigger one have 20 position. If we give one, and we decide consciously to give one, I think is acceptable from our perspective. So in Cortina, Milano, it could happen the same. They will not have any position in the mix zone or in the press tribunes unless they come and ask and we think that it makes sense. You know, as I said, we work along with the media rights holders because on the other hand, you guys are asking us to do audio, no? I just heard that someone had said, we would like to do audio. We would like to do so. Either we work together with the media rights holders and we do a trade. You stay in my photo position, I do the audio in the corner of the mix zone, or we don't go nowhere. So that's a bit the way I work. So Milano Cortina, there will not be a category for content creators in press. There might be a pilot project that we do outside, say it again, outside of the media areas, and there might be some position given to media rights holders if they come and ask. That's the situation.
Oui, bonjour, Erwin Bakou d'Albanie. Vous parlez maintenant de créateurs de contenu. Et puis vous dites que ça va aider à notre profession. Moi je ne vois pas comment un créateur de contenu peut aider un journaliste, parce que c'est des choses tout à fait différentes. Même le terme créateur, c'est créer, alors que la réalité, elle est là. On n'a pas besoin de la maquiller, la réalité. Un match, il est là. Une course, elle est là. Un combat de lutte, il est là. Une course de cyclisme, elle est là. Parce que nous, on sait tous, surtout des journalistes des petits pays la lutte qu'on fait pour avoir une accréditation. Alors, parce que là, c'est vrai que pour le moment, ce n'est pas une grande échelle de ça, mais ce sera quoi le nouveau job après les créateurs de contenu? Ça va être quoi? Donc, moi, je pense qu'on doit tout faire pour protéger notre profession. Et je ne parle pas des médias traditionnels. J'aime pas ça, les médias traditionnels. Un média, c'est un média. Un journaliste, c'est un journaliste. Et le journaliste, si vous voulez, d'accord, nous, on peut pas empêcher l'évolution. Hein. Je sais très bien. Mais nous, on peut tout faire pour protéger nous-mêmes. Parce que dans 10 ans, dans 20 ans, il n'y aura plus de panel de journalistes. Il y aura des panels d'influenceurs, de créateurs de contenu, et puis le prochain job qu'ils vont inventer. Merci.
Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I didn't say that they will help the journalists. I said they will help the media organization. So the media organizations can have a more diverse coverage by utilizing one more resource, one more tool, if this word works better for you. I see content creators that they can add something to the media organization. This is what I said. Now, how they will affect your coverage of the event, I don't see how they will affect it. But as a whole, if we take, for example, big newspapers, big magazines, they will have the print, they will have the website, and on that website, they will have videos of the interviews, and then on top of that, they might have an entertainment piece of video accompanying this article. This is how I see that.
It's funny because it's exactly what Johnny said, no? Johnny said everything is content creation. You create content by interviewing athletes, and you make content by doing a post on social media. You make content, so we're all content creators. I don't know why it was decided. At some point they were called influencers, and then now they're called content creators. I know who decided the switch. That's the way I think we all commonly define this new type of role. It's very funny because the past 20 years in the job that I'm in, I've been trying to convince the media rights holders that the media reports, the journalist work, supports the media rights holders, because I've always said it actually the promotion of an event. If there is an interview on a swimmer on a newspaper, then who reads wants to go and watch on television. So I've passed my life trying to persuade the media rights holders that journalism actually supports the coverage and the audience of the TV. And now I think I found myself today in trying to persuade the journalists that actually the content creators are supporting their activity. I truly believe that there is promotion of the work of reporting that is done by the content creators. It's something that I've seen happening. Otherwise, big media organizations, like I know for sure Associated Press, I know Agence France Presse, I'm sorry Vincent is not here, they are also using content creators to direct people to their own content. That's what they're doing. So I think there must be some advantage if big media organizations, which are journalistic organizations like Associated Press and Agence France Presse, I don't name Reuters because I don't know, but I know for sure that Agence France Presse and Associated Press, they would be interested in having content creators, their content creators, at the games, for instance, to help direct audiences to their own content. So that's what makes me believe that there is a space for everyone, and I don't think that the content creators will ever take over from the journalistic and the reporting. But, as we said, as Hiroshi said from the very, there must be a code of conduct, there must be strict rules, and more important, which unfortunately it's out of our control, people must abide to the rules. And that's what makes things very difficult to persuade the media rights holders that people will abide to the rules. But I honestly, and I'm sorry if we give the wrong impression here. I'm really sorry if you go away today thinking that we want that the content creators will take over the coverage of the sports events. That's not what we are saying at all. And I really hope that you don't think that.
Also, I need to mention that we are working for months in the same direction. Maybe I was not clear enough also, but we are doing together. I will say again. Also, we agreed here that we will work together also in the future. So in the next week, we will have material from European Football Federation, UEFA. So we agree that also we will share that to create the one important document because we need it. You need to see that on that way. I said, fear is not a way to go on.
Jože, also, we have 12 more hands, but we don't have time. Colleagues, we don't have time. Only one more question, please. Thank you for understanding. Lucia must leave us, so we don't have time for all of your questions. Now it's 12 hands in the. Sorry, the last question.
Mine will actually be very short. It's actually, I see it as an African. I'm here. Sorry, I'm here. I think this depends from country to country, and I like Gianni's suggestion that we should be very inclusive in including all what is happening in Asia, in Europe, in America when creating this. For now, we are labeling it as content creator, but it's a very thin line. Tomorrow, I might not have a job, and then I cross the other side, and I become a content creator because I decide to use my followers to create content for the followers on my social media. And that is what is happening, for instance, in Kenya. A lot of the content creators in Kenya are ex-journalists, ex-sports journalists, better than I am and better than probably most of us in this room. But because of the landscape that is changing, they have lost their jobs. So they still want to be in sports media. So what happens is they create content using their social media profiles, but they do not have a publisher. So then we label them as influencer or content creator, but that does not make them not a journalist. In our cases, for instance, I know most of the best journalists in Africa now do not belong to any media group. They actually just do their own production, and I think it's something we faced at the African Football Federation, CAF, AFCON finals. Half of the team that was accredited were independent publishers. So I don't look at this, I'm not fearful about this. I'm actually very proud that it gives us room to grow. You know, if I'm out on the other side, I can still be able to continue practicing whatever I am. So for me, I think it's just, we need to stick in creating the rules and the ethics so that if you're on the other side, this is how you can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. I would like to thank all of our panelists because it was very, very good. Don't forget, tomorrow during our Congress, the same topic will be also on the Congress. So all of the things that you have to say now, and unfortunately we didn't have time to do it, we will do it tomorrow during the Congress. I hope it will be okay. I would just ask Jože to give a little, one more recognition to Lucia and to Zacharias to remember this very, very good panel. Thank you very much. we didn't plan it to do it so long, so I think it is the best time for our coffee break. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Zacharias, to be with us and to work with us.
Thank you. I know. I know. It was very, very good. Please, we will, we will continue in 11 o'clock.
I hope we are ready to continue. We will start in 2 minutes. Please take a seat. Thank you. Yes, he is. Betting, illegal betting.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. Our next panel is also very important in our business, not only in our business, it's important in sports in general. It's illegal sport betting. We will talk about it from the Moroccan perspective, so the moderator of this will be my colleague Badreddin Idrizi, and he will introduce the guests, and actually it is two topics, but you will see it will be very, 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 very interesting for all of us. Badreddin, your word.
Oui. Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Dans ce panel dont on va discuter un sujet très très important qui me tient vraiment personnellement à cœur concernant les paris illégaux, les paris sportifs illégaux. Nous avons autour de nous quelques grands spécialistes dans le domaine qui vont enrichir ce panel-là. Ça sera, quelques interventions seront en arabe, d'autres je pense en français, mais je vous assure qu'il y a une très belle traduction autour de nous qui va garantir une traduction en anglais et en espagnol et en français aussi. Alors merci d'être venu. Alors en premier lieu, merci Monsieur le Président, il est là. Il est là, Monsieur Gianni. Donnez-lui l'écouteur parce que les écouteurs, pas que. Ok. إذن مرحبا بالجميع في هذه المنصة الحوارية التي ستناقش موضوع على درجة كبيرة من الأهمية بالنسبة لنا كصحفيين رياضيين، لأنه يشكل واحد من الظواهر الخطيرة التي تخترق الرياضة وتنال من قيمها ومن أخلاقيتها. الأمر يتعلق بالمراهنات الرياضية غير القانونية والتي تأخذ الكثير من الأبعاد في حضورها في المشهد الرياضي وأيضا المشهد الاجتماعي في كل دول العالم. أردنا أن تكون هذه المنصة الحوارية بالنظر لراهنية هذا الموضوع وأيضا لما ينتظر منا كصحفيين رياضيين في أن نساهم جميعا في الحد من خطورة هذه الظاهرة. سنستمع بطبيعة الحال خلال هذا المنصة الحوارية للكثير من الآراء، سواء لباحثين استقصائيين من رجال الإعلام، أيضا القانونيين، خبراء قانونيين، أيضا خبراء في مجال الجرائم السيبرانية، وأيضا الجانب الإعلامي ممثلا في زميلي رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للصحافة الرياضية سيد جياني ميرلو، مشكورا أنه خصص هذا الجانب من المنصات الحوارية لهذا الموضوع الذي يكتسي أهمية بالغة. والبداية سنستمع إلى وجهة الخبير القانوني في هذه النقطة المتعلقة بالمراهنات الرياضية غير مشروعة. سيقدمه الأستاذ المهدي الزوات، وهو أستاذ قانون محامي بمدينة الدار البيضاء ومتخصص في هذا المجال، مجال المراهنات الرياضية غير مشروعة. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers présents, chers journalistes, permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier le comité d'organisation de l'AIPS pour l'honneur de participer à ce panel à un moment où le sport, dans le monde entier, dans toutes ses dimensions, fait face à des menaces d'un nouveau genre, bien plus dangereux qu'on le croit. Aujourd'hui, je veux parler d'un phénomène qui ne révèle pas plus de la simple triche ou de l'arnaque du coin de la rue. Je parle ici des jeux de paris illégaux. dans le droit, c'est les jeux de paris non autorisés, mais avec la dimension sociale, avec la dimension logique, ça devient illégal. Mais surtout des sociétés qui les orchestrent, qui opèrent dans les zones d'ombre du droit et qui participent activement à la création d'un climat favorable à la criminalité transnationale, notamment au blanchiment d'argent, de capitaux et au financement du terrorisme. Des sociétés de paris illégaux aux contours flous, mais aux effets bien réels. Ces sociétés ne sont plus les bureaux clandestins mal organisés. Ce sont aujourd'hui des structures sophistiquées, souvent enregistrées dans les juridictions offshore, dotées de moyens technologiques avancés et parfois même adossées à des groupes criminels. Ce qui les rend particulièrement dangereuses, ce n'est pas seulement leur inégalité, mais leur capacité à intégrer dans le circuit légal de l'argent sale provenant de diverses activités criminelles, d'infiltrer l'écosystème sportif à travers la manipulation des résultats ou la corruption d'agents, d'athlètes, voire des dirigeants. Et surtout, à exploiter les failles de coopération entre les États pour continuer à opérer en toute impunité. Le blanchiment et financement du terrorisme, c'est un risque documenté aussi. Il existe désormais un consensus dans les rapports internationaux, notamment ceux du groupe d'action financière Gafi, sur le fait que les plateformes illégales de paris sportifs sont devenues un outil de choix pour blanchir de l'argent à travers des paris fictifs, des gains simulés ou des identités usurpées, faire transiter des fonds à travers des crypto-monnaies sans traçabilité et masquer des flux financiers suspects qui peuvent servir à financer des réseaux terroristes, surtout dans les zones en conflit. Ce ne sont pas des hypothèses. En Asie du Sud, dans les Balkans, en Afrique de l'Ouest, des réseaux démantelés ont révélé des connexions entre des sites illégaux de paris et des cartels ou groupes extrémistes. Maintenant, pour le cadre juridique international, il y a une avancée timide, une coordination fragile. Sur le plan international, les outils existent, mais restent insuffisants ou peu mobilisés. La Convention de Macolin du Conseil de l'Europe, adoptée en 2014, constitue une avancée majeure. Il vise spécifiquement la manipulation des compétitions sportives et appelle à une coopération accrue entre États, fédérations et autorités judiciaires. Cependant, peu d'États non européens l'ont signé et beaucoup de pays, notamment africains, n'ont pas encore aligné leur législation nationale sur ces principes. Et le Maroc, dans tout ça, une vigilance juridique à renforcer. Au Maroc, les paris sont strictement encadrés. 2 entités seulement sont habilitées à les organiser, la Marocaine des Jeux et des Sports et la SOREC, Société Royale d'Encouragement du Cheval. Toutes autres activités de jeux de paris est interdite par le code pénal, notamment par les articles 278 à 283 et 285 qui punissent l'organisation et la participation à des jeux illicites, voire la publicité de ces jeux. Mais ces interdictions, si elle est claire sur le papier, montrent ses limites face aux paris en ligne transfrontaliers accessibles au Maroc par simple VPN ou par le biais de comptes bancaires étrangers. Les autorités marocaines mènent parfois des opérations de saisie ou de blocage, mais l'absence d'une législation spécifique sur les paris numériques rend la lutte très inégale. La Marocaine des Jeux et des Sports mène aussi des opérations judiciaires à l'encontre des personnes qui ne respectent pas la loi et mène des campagnes pour lutter contre ces sociétés qui restent toujours opérationnelles dans l'opacité, mais la législation marocaine doit être renforcée par un autre cadre légal afin d'appuyer ces efforts. De plus, il n'existe aucune obligation de déclaration spécifique pour les plateformes numériques suspectées d'opérations de blanchiment, contrairement à ce que recommandent les standards du Gafi. Et nous avons des cas pratiques qui sont des signaux faibles à ne pas ignorer. Des clubs amateurs soudainement financés par des fonds opaques, des joueurs contactés pour truquer un match ou bien des matchs souvent en division inférieure, des publicités sur des réseaux sociaux pour des sites étrangers, parfois avec des codes de parrainage, des publicités dans des matchs officiels de l'équipe nationale et parfois dans la Botola, qui est le championnat national de première division. Des agents ou intermédiaires sans statut officiel opèrent sur les marges du sport officiel. Ces cas ne font pas la une, mais ils préparent le terrain à un glissement dangereux vers un sport sous influence criminelle. En conclusion, mesdames et messieurs, les sociétés de paris illégaux ne sont pas des structures folkloriques. Ce sont des vecteurs puissants de désordre économique, juridique et sportif. Elles exploitent le sport comme façade, le numérique comme outil et le droit comme angle mort. Il est temps d'en faire une priorité législative, judiciaire et même médiatique et journalistique pour faire face à ces pratiques criminelles. Nous devons plaider pour une loi sur les jeux de hasard numériques illégaux et une mobilisation conjointe des secteurs du sport, du droit, de renseignement financier, des médias, afin de faire face à ce phénomène. Ce n'est qu'à ce prix que nous pourrons protéger non seulement l'intégrité de nos compétitions, mais aussi la stabilité de notre société. Merci.
شكرا للأستاذ المهدي زوات المحامي بمدينة الدار البيضاء اللي أعطى مقاربة قانونية للجانب القانوني في المراهنات الرياضية والجانب غير القانوني في المراهنات غير الرياضية، وهي دعوة من رجال القانون إلى مزيد من تعميق البحث في هذا المجال لتفعيل التقنينات المتعلقة بهذا المجال. أعطي الكلمة الآن لسيد جياني ميرلو رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للصحافة الرياضية كخبير إعلامي لإعطاء وجهة نظره من زاوية رجل الإعلام. À vous la parole, Monsieur Gianni Merlo.
No, I think that our colleague here has explained exactly the legal problem, because the only fight that we can have against this illegal betting is only if all the country will have a legislation that can stop it. Because why now the criminal associations are looking so much about the illegal betting? Because it's easier, because they don't risk. If you go to try to sell cocaine, you risk. If you sell a match, you don't risk to go to jail. It's very simple. And the criminal organizations are organized very well to organize many matches, especially in the lower category, no? Because the big betting is done, yes, even in Premier League, but especially in the second and third category, where there is less attention, and even in the fourth category. Because as I have been told sometimes from people of Interpol or so on, when you go to see a match in the fourth or fifth category, that there are perhaps 50 spectators. In one of the stage, you can see perhaps a person that is always at the phone, and you think that he's speaking with his fiancée or something. No, he's there. Why? Because when one of the team scored the goal, immediately he sent the signal to Singapore or Hong Kong or where they are based, the top betting illegals, and they have studied that there are usually 30 seconds before that the official result is coming out. So they have 30 seconds to make the bet, a sure bet. This is very difficult even legally to stop them, because how you can, is a crime. And I think that even in the video that we have seen in our award, there are a lot of documentary that reflects on this. But after, there is also another possibility. Even on the top team, some years ago, a guy from Interpol has opened me the eyes on something.
in the Liga, there was one of the top teams that was going to play against a team that was not so strong. But a man from one of these organizations went to the lower team, telling them, okay, telling to 6 players, if you lose for 3 goals, you will get 50,000 each. So they made an investment of 300,000. The match is finished with 3 goals of difference. Perfect, no? And what happened? The company, the criminal company, has gained 1.6 million. So with an investment of 300,000, in one day they went up of more than 1 million. This is the logical that many years ago, for example, there was another that very few people know. In the Premier League, it happened sometimes, many years ago, that during the first half, suddenly there was a blackout in the stadium in the evening, and so the match was stopped for 15, 20 minutes. And nobody knows that the rule in the illegal betting company is that the result that counts for the betting is the result till that moment. For example, if a team has to win 1-0, this 1-0 before the blackout is the one that counts. After, the match can finish 2-1 for the other team, but who cares? So with a good electrician and with somebody, you make also a very good profit. It happened many times. Sometimes you have seen that there are some blackouts. Some are very normal. Others are not normal. In Italy, is the most incredible thing. It happened last month, when a guy a player from Bari, no? He was already on the bench because he was called out of the field, and at the last minute, he was able to take a red card from the bench, insulting the referee. Last minute, eh? And this guy, because this guy and the people of this guy were betting on the red card for him. And the people, the agency has discovered from the betting system that was completely unusual, no? And so they caught him. But can you imagine, on the bench, he was out of the field, and to take a red card out of the field is quite strange. So I think that it's very important, but it's very important that if we want to go against the illegal betting, there is only one solution, that all the country will take some law that are punishing very badly the criminal. It's the only way, because if not, if there is not a legislation that is similar in every country, it's very difficult to win this competition.
Thank you, Mr. President. الكلمة الآن للزميل الإعلامي أحمد المدياني مدير نشر تيل سبور عربي، صحفي تخصص منذ وقت ليس بالقصير في مجال المراهنات الرياضية غير المشروعة، يملك العديد من البحوث الاستقصائية التي وقفت على النواحي المظلمة في هذا الجانب، النواحي الإجرامية، النواحي اللا أخلاقية في المراهنات الرياضية غير المشروعة. تفضل زميل أحمد المدياني.
شكرا. يعني صراحة معالجة هذا الموضوع تفرض الوقوف، لأنه يعني البقاء مرتاح يعني في الكرسي والحديث عن سرطان. نعم، سرطان اليوم يهدد ليس فقط الرياضة، بل يهدد الرياضة، يهدد المجتمع، يهدد الدراسة، يهدد أجيال ناشئة. اليوم أصبح يعني نسبة كبيرة منها رهينة عند تطبيقات عند شركات غير قانونية أصبحت تستغل الرياضات في كافة المجالات، ليست فقط كرة القدم، كرة القدم والسباحة وكرة المضرب، ويعني حتى أنهم أصبحوا اليوم يبدعون أشكال جديدة من المنافسات الرياضية التي تبث في منصات ما يسمى اليوم بالستريم، وتكون يعني منافسات وهمية من أجل أن تبقى يعني ناشئة رهينة لهذه التطبيقات التي تستثمر عبر طرق غير مشروعة وغير قانونية في الرهان الرياضي الغير قانوني. عندما بدأت الاشتغال على الموضوع كان في البدء الأمر منحصر على البحث في كل ما يتعلق بأنشطة يمكن القول استثمارية أو تجارية لمنصات تستغل يعني الانترنت كفضاء مفتوح من أجل يعني منح إمكانية الرهان على نتائج مباريات الرياضية وخاصة مباريات كرة القدم. لكن من خلال يعني تحقيقات، وهذا هو التحقيق، أول تحقيق تم إنجازه في مؤسسة تلكل سواء باللغة العربية أو باللغة الفرنسية، والذي يتحدث عن الشركة الأم أو الشركة البارزة أكثر وهي 1xBet، وهناك شركات أخرى يعني تحمل تقريبا أسماء مشابهة لكنها في الأخير تعود وتنتمي إلى نفس هذه الشركة، وأسميناها خبايا نشاط غير قانوني لشركة سرابية، يعني شركة وهمية هي موجودة كاسم كعلامة تجارية، تصادفون إشهاراتها في مجموعة من ملاعب كرة القدم، لكن من الناحية القانونية لا يمكن لأي شخص تعرض سواء للاستغلال، سواء للنصب أو الاحتيال، سواء إلى ممارسات الاتجار في البشر، سواء إلى إدخال يعني مجموعة من الناس إلى هذه الممارسات الغير مشروعة، لن يجد أي مخاطب قانوني لكي يعني يتابع مثل هذه المنصات قانونيا. في التحقيق وقفنا على أنه هذه الشركة دائما تتنقل ما بين ما يسمى يعني جنات الضرائب، يعني في الدول التي يمكن من خلالها ممارسة الأنشطة والتهرب من أي متابعة يعني ضريبية، وأيضا يسهل من خلالها تبييض الأموال. هذه الشركات اليوم، وهذا هو الخطير وهذا هو دورنا كصحفيين للتنبيه له، هذه الشركة اليوم تستغل بنسبة فوق 60% القاصرين، تستغل الأطفال، تستغل الناشئين، تقوم بالتعامل مع سماسرة يشتغلون داخل المؤسسات التعليمية، تقوم بتوظيف مجموعة من ما يسمون بالمؤثرين الذين يعطون ما يسمى بالكود برومو. مثلا عندما يأتي شاب يافع طفل ما بين 13 سنة أو نقول حتى 11 سنة و17 سنة، يأتي فيرى مؤثرا يقول له ادخل لهذه المنصات كي تشارك في ألعاب الرهان الغير قانوني، وعندك كود برومو سوف تحصل من خلاله على 200 أو 300 دولار. يعني شاب في دولة من الدول الناشئة من الدول الفقيرة عندما تعطاه فرصة من أجل أن يلعب ب200 دولار هدية، هنا الكارثة. وهذا اليافع نحن نعلم أنه يعني القوانين المؤطرة لكل ما له علاقة بالتعاملات المالية يجب أن يكون الشخص راشدا ويتجاوز 18 سنة. يعني هؤلاء الأطفال وهؤلاء اليافعين وهؤلاء الناشئين عندما تمنح لهم هذه الإمكانية من أجل لعب الرهان الغير مشروع سوف يكسبون المال. من يتحكم في هذا المال؟ يتحكم فيه راشدون لهم علاقة مع عصابات إجرامية تنشط في المخدرات وفي الاتجار في البشر وفي الاستغلال الجنسي، لأنه هذا اليافع لا يستطيع أن يتحصل على الأموال التي ربحها من الرهانات الغير قانونية. فيعني هذا يقودنا مباشرة إلى التطبيع مع ممارسة غير قانونية وغير أخلاقية، وتمكن من أن تجعل كما قلت الناشئة رهان شبكات هي بالأساس خلفيتها إجرامية. أكثر من ذلك، اليوم أصبحنا أمام يعني إمكانيات تعطيها هذه المنصات من أجل الرهان المباشر. أصبح الرهان على من سوف يحصل على أول بطاقة صفراء في المباراة، أصبح الرهان على من سوف يحصل على أول ضربة خطأ، من سوف يحصل على أول ضربة ركنية، أصبح الرهان أيضا حتى على هل سيذهب حكم المباراة لمعاينة تقنية الفار أم لا. ومؤخرا في التشيك تم توقيف حكم لأنه كان في غرفة الفار وفي نفس الوقت يقوم بالمراهنة في إحدى التطبيقات على قراراته هو، يعني هل سيذهب هو إلى الفار أم لن يذهب إلى الفار. يعني وصلت هذه الشركات، وأنا أعتقد إن لم يكن هنالك تعبئة خاصة من الجسم الإعلامي، لأنه اليوم دور الصحفيين الرياضيين ليس فقط تتبع المباريات كرة القدم، ليس فقط نقل النتائج، ليس فقط البحث عن صفقات انتقال اللاعبين، ليس فقط يعني محاولة تقريب اللعبة من المتفرجين، بل أيضا حماية اللعبة من أن تتحكم بها هذه السرطانات التي اليوم تسرق الشغف، تسرق الروح الرياضية، تسرق كل لعب نظيف، بل أكثر من ذلك اليوم تسرق حتى أطفالنا ومستقبل أجيال سوف لن يجدوا غدا من يحميهم من عصابات تشتغل بطرق تمكنها من الوصول إلى أي بيت. وأنا أدعو أن نفكر كآباء وكأمهات، ونتمنى حتى داخل البيت. أعتقد أنه يمكن أن يصدم أحدنا هنا في القاعة عنده يعني طفل أو طفلة يبلغ من العمر ما بين 11 أو 17 سنة، ويمكن أن يجد مثل هذه التطبيقات في هاتفه، لأن اليوم هذه التطبيقات تسهل عملية اللعب حتى بتعبئات هواتف النقالة، يعني بتعبئات المكالمات. يعني لم يعد الطفل مجبرا على أن يطلب من أمه أو والديه أخذ بطاقة الائتمان أو بطاقة البنك من أجل اللعب، يعني تم حتى عن طريق العملات الرقمية. يعني اليوم يجب أن نفكر كآباء كأمهات، نفكر كمجتمع، لأنه كما قلت هم لا يسرقون اليوم فقط اللعبة ونظافة اللعبة وروح المنافسة الشريفة، بل يسرقون أيضا مستقبل أطفالنا ومستقبل أن تكون لدينا ناشئة سليمة لا يتم اختطافها من طرف هذه العصابات التي تختبئ وراء تطبيقات الرهان الرياضي الغير قانوني. وشكرا.
شكرا زميلي احمد المدياني اللي كان كيف قلت في البدايه من الاوائل صحفي المغاربه الذي تطرق لهذا الموضوع عبر العديد من الاستقصاءات، وبصفتي عضو داخل لجنه الحكم للاتحاد الدولي للصحافه الرياضيه اتصور انه عرض علينا موضوع من هذا النوع حول المراهنات الرياضيه غير المشروعه اللي هي وجه من اوجه الفساد الرياضي، وأيضا وجه من أوجه الجرائم المرتكبة في حقل الرياضة. وأعتقد على أن الوازع الأخلاقي الذي يحمي شركات المراهنات المشروعة والقانونية في كثير من الدول، هذا الوازع القانوني، الوازع الأخلاقي، الوازع التربوي لغاية الأسف هو الذي يغيب على هذه الشركات للمراهنات غير الرياضية. هذه القضية أيضا مثلما أنها استنفرت الإعلام، استنفرت رجال القانون، استنفرت أيضا علماء النفس، علم النفس، وأيضا السوسيولوجيين، هي أيضا استنفرت الجانب السينمائي فتحولت إلى قضية سينمائية كان مبدعها واحد من الذين سيتناولون الكلمة الآن الأستاذ محمد محمود هشام عبية من مصر الشقيقة. هو كاتب وسيناريست مصري أنتج في هذا الموضوع سلسلة اسمها منتهى الصلاحية. سنستمع إلى هذه التجربة الفريدة من نوعها، كيف عرض على شاشات السينما أو التلفزيون هذه القضية، قضية خطيرة جدا، قضية المراهنات الرياضية غير المشروعة. تفضل سيدي.
مساء الخير. الحقيقة أنا بالأساس صحفي، ومن 2004 وانضميت لكتابة السيناريو، وبدأت كتابة السيناريو من 2016 أو 2017 وفي مصر. من 2017 لغاية ما أنتجت المسلسل اللي فات منتهي الصلاحية عن المراهنات الكروية الإلكترونية. كنت طول الوقت يعني شغفي الصحفي هو اللي بيحركني، فإني أبحث عن الأفكار فيما وأتعامل معها بشكل صحفي يميل أكتر إلى البحث فيما وراء العناوين الظاهرة يعني، والبحث في العمق أكتر. والحقيقة في يعني المسلسل عرض في رمضان الماضي، رمضان 25 مارس 25 على منصة شاهد ولا زال موجود حتى الآن. والمسلسل باختصار شديد تناول مسيرة أو تتبع رحلة موظف في البنك في مصر اتهم بالفساد لكنه لم يكن فاسدا يعني، ولما دخل السجن وقضى العقوبة خرج وكان بيدور على وسيلة للعودة من جديد لأسرته اللي بعدت عنه، وبيدور كمان على وسيلة للثراء السريع. فاكتشف انه عن طريق احد الشباب الصغيرين اللي تجمعهم بهم علاقة، شاب مراهق، ان في منظومة اسمها المراهنات الإلكترونية الرياضية مش بس قايمة على مسألة مين يراهن على مين اللي هيكسب أو مين اللي هيطرد أو مين اللي هيجيب الهدف الأول، لا كمان في مؤسسات ويعني عصابات صغيرة إذا جاز القول بتدير هذا العالم في مصر ويمكن في بعض الدول العربية الأخرى، زي ما عرفت مؤخرا أن ده موجود بشكل أو بآخر في المغرب. وزي ما الأستاذ أحمد تفضل، هي من واقع تجربتنا في المسلسل والبحث الاستقصائي الميداني اللي عملناه والتقائنا بنماذج بتراهن ونماذج أخرى بتدير هذه العملية. المستهدف بشكل كبير هم فعلا ما دون ال 18 سنة، المراهقين اللي ما يكونش عندهم أي أدوات تخليهم يقدروا يستقبلوا الأموال بشكل قانوني، فبيظهر هنا دور الوسطاء. وفي مصر في أواخر 5 سنين حصل تطور كبير في مسألة التحويل المالي الأونلاين، فأصبح تتبع حركة الأموال غير المرئية أمر يكاد يكون صعب، وبالتالي ده ادى فرصة لمسألة المراهنات أنها تنتشر في أقصى القرى الصغيرة في مصر الممتدة في جنوبها في الصعيد أو حتى في المدن الحضرية وفي الأحياء الشعبية في القاهرة. وكان المفاجئ بالنسبة لنا وإحنا بندور على نماذج نلتقيها عشان نستلهم منها الأحداث، إنه مش بس المراهنات مرتبطة بطبقة فقيرة أو بطبقة عمرية معينة، لا كمان واصلة لطبقات ممكن يملكون المال ومتحققين وبيستخدموا المراهنات في شكل من أشكال غسيل الأموال على شكل مصغر إنجاز القول والكسب السريع. وفي جزء كمان كان مخيف بالنسبة لنا لما بدأنا نشتغل على الجزء الاستقصائي البحثي، يعني ان احنا وجدنا أكتر من نموذج مؤلم جدا فيما يتعلق بمسألة، ودي قصة حقيقية وحصلت في مصر ويعني تعرض صاحبها للمحاكمة، ان مدرس يتمتع بشكل جيد جدا من الوضع الاجتماعي والمال المستقر، مدرس رياضيات، اتعرف على فكرة المراهنات الإلكترونية عن طريق الطلبة اللي بياخدوا عنده درس خاص، وأعجبوا الموضوع وبدأ يراهن وبدأ ياخد فلوس من أقارب له يراهن لحسابهم. ولما لكنه ما يعني مع كعادة لعبة المراهنات بيبدأ بمكسب ثم تتوالى الخسائر بعد كده، فلما توالت الخسائر عليه أصبح مطالب برد الفلوس للي خد منهم الفلوس كوسيط، فاضطر إنه يختطف تلميذ من تلاميذه في المدرسة ويطالب أهل هذا التلميذ بفدية مالية ضخمة من أجل الإفراج عنه. والأمور تطورت بعد ذلك لأنه اضطر يقتل هذا التلميذ وحاول يتهرب من الجريمة وذهب إلى الجنازة ليقدم العزاء لدى أهله، ثم تم اكتشافه ومحاكمته. ده نموذج من النماذج اللي بتوري قد إيه المسألة خطرة، لأنها الحقيقة المراهنات في رأيي هي ما بتستهدفش الجمهور المهتم بالكورة بشكل أساسي. يعني المراهنات دخلت جمهور جديد غير مهتم بالكرة أساسا وغير مهتم بالنتائج، وربما لا يعرف أسماء اللاعبين ولا أسماء الفرق، لكنه دخل عالم المراهنات من أجل البحث عن الكسب السريع ليس أكثر ولا أقل. وبالتالي هنا ده بيوسع من دائرة الخطر للي بيدوروا في هذه المسألة. وقعة أخرى حصلت في مصر تتعلق بأن شاب مراهق أقل من 18 سنة كان معتاد يراهن بأموال كتيرة جدا وهو يعيش مع جدته وحيدا، فلما الفلوس بتاعته كلها انتهت قرر يسرق الجدة، فالجدة اكتشفته وهو بيسرق فضربها بسكين حاد وتوفت الجدة في اللحظة مباشرة. طبعا بقى وقائع الانتحار الكثيرة المرتبطة بمسألة الخسارة الضخمة في المراهنات يعني مسجلة ومثبتة في كثير من الحالات في مصر على وجه الخصوص. وأنا اعتقادي أن انتشار المراهنات في مصر وربما في المغرب له علاقة بمسألة أن كرة القدم بشكل عام في مصر تحديدا هي شكل من أشكال الإشباع الذاتي المتاح بشكل يومي، وارتباطها بأن الجمهور بيرى في كرة القدم خصوصا في ظل الظروف سياسية واجتماعية ما وضاغطة هي الوسيلة الوحيدة للتنفيذ والوسيلة الوحيدة للمشاركة والوسيلة الوحيدة لأنه يعبر عن رأيه وأنه يقول هو مع مين دون حسابات. فده جزء مخلي انتشارها واسع بشكل او باخر. في جزء تاني اعتقد انه مرتبط وده اللي احنا حاولنا نتناوله في المسلسل، انه مساله المباريات اللي بتحدث خصوصا في الدرجات الاقل، مش الدوري الممتاز، ربما الدرجه ما تحتها وما تحتها، هي الحقيقه لا تخضع لتغطيه اعلاميه جيده ولا تخضع لمراقبه من المؤسسات بشكل جيد، وبالتالي هي بالاساس دي هي اساس عمليات المراهنات في مصر بشكل اساسي اللي بتدار فيها عمليات الترتيبات والاتفاقات هي في الدوريات الدرجه الاقل من الممتاز. وقد فوجئت ان واحنا بنشتغل على المسلسل ان التطبيق وانا اكسبكت تحديدا مهتم بمباريات لفرق انا شخصيا ما كنتش اسمع عنها في مصر، فرق بتلعب في الدوره الدرجه الثالثه والدوره الدرجه الرابعه والرهانات عليها كبيره جدا، لانه بيبقى في اتفاقات بتحصل ما بين السماسره اللي هم بيتولوا استلام الاموال من المراهنين القُصّر واللعيبه والاداريين والحكام وربما حتى المسؤولين في الاتحادات الكرويه في مصر او غيرها لترتيب نتائج المباريات في الدوريات الادنى، الدرجه الادنى، لان هي دوريات لا تخضع لتغطيه اعلاميه وبالتالي التلاعب فيها امر يبدو مامون. لكن مؤخرا حتى رئيس احد الانديه في مصر بيلعب في الدوري الدرجه الثالثه خرج، لان الفريق هو اسمه فريق غزل دمياط، وده كان فريق في احد الفترات في الثمانينات كان بيلعب في الدوري الدرجه الاولى الممتاز، لكنه دلوقتي بيلعب في الدرجه الرابعه او الثالثه، والمباريات كل الفريق انتهت بخساره ضخمه جدا ب5 و6-0، وفرقته لم تحرز هدفا واحدا، فرقته لم تحقق تعادل واحد، فرقته لم تحقق هدف واحد، فخرج واعلن بمنتهى الوضوح على احدى وسائل الاعلام بانه اكتشف ان الفريق المكون من اكثر من 11 لاعب جميعهم تقاضوا اموالا لتفويت كل هذه المباريات لصالح تطبيق المراهنات. وبالتالي انا في المسلسل لما حاولنا نتناول الظاهره الحقيقه هو كان جزء درامي قوي جدا مغري لاي كاتب سيناريو، لانه رحله المراهنات هي رحله فيها خطر وفيها مغامره وفيها تاثير على النفس البشريه بشكل واضح. واعتقادي انه ربما لان المراهنات بتخاطب غريزه داخل الانسان تتعلق بفكره انه يغامر ويقامر، واللي خسره النهارده يقدر يكسبه بكره، ولانه كمان اصبح التطبيق سهل جدا لانه موجود في الجيب. يعني المراهنات كانت زمان تستوجب الانتقال الى اماكن متخصصه او السفر حتى لدول اخرى، لكن دلوقتي هي موجوده في جيب اي شخص. سهولة ده مخلي الموضوع أخطر مما يبدو ظاهرا، وبالتالي أعتقد أنه يمكن الأمور محتاجة إعادة نظر في التشريع والقوانين المنظمة لده، وكمان أعتقد أن المؤسسات المنظمة للعب كرة القدم تحديدا هي ربما لو قدرت تحكم السيطرة بشكل أو بآخر على التلاعب اللي بيحصل في المباريات، وإنه يبقى في قوانين أكثر قوة تجرم مسألة التلاعب في المباريات داخل كرة القدم نفسها، ربما يكون ده أحد الأسباب اللي بتخلي مسألة المراهنات تأخذ حجمها الطبيعي، ما تبقاش خطر مخيف أو سرطان زي ما صديقنا أحمد قال منذ قليل. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا زميلي الأستاذ محمد محمود هشام عبية، الكاتب والسيناريست المصري اللي حقا كانت له الجرأة أن يتناول هذا الموضوع من الجانب السينمائي بكل النواحي الدرامية، النواحي التراجيدية التي يمكن أن تصورها السينما. وبطبيعة الحال يعني عندما ينجح هؤلاء المصممون لهذه الجرائم الأخلاقية والجرائم القانونية أنهم يتحايلون على القانون لإبداع كثير من الصور، علينا نحن كحملة فكر وأيضا كمساهمين في وسائل التعبير بمختلف أشكالها أن نتصدى لهذه الظاهرة، هذه الظاهرة التي تضاعفت ظاهرة المراهنات غير القانونية، تضاعفت يعني تقريبا أكثر من 10 مرات اليوم مع هذه الاستحداثات التكنولوجية الحديثة، مع التطور الكبير الذي حدث على مستوى الفضاء الأزرق، ما أوقعنا اليوم أمام ما أصبحنا نسميه بالجرائم السيبرالية. وأعتقد على أن أحسن من يمكن أن يتحدث في هذا الموضوع واحد من الخبراء في المجال، المهندس حسن خرجوج اللي هو متخصص في الأمن السيبرالي والهندسة الاجتماعية. نريد أن نسمع وجهة نظره في جانب تأمين المعطيات وأيضا استغلال الفضاء الأزرق في الترويج لهذه المراهنات الرياضية غير القانونية. تفضل.
اولا شكرا جزيلا على الدعوه الكريمه لهذا البانل اللي اننا حاضرين مع هاد الناس كاملين ومع هاد الصحفيين اللي من مختلف دول العالم. وهذا الموضوع انا كنا متبعينه من الفتره ديال كورونا بواحد الشكل كبير، خاصه في الدارك ويب او في المنطقه المحرمه على المستعملين العاديين. السي احمد مدياني كانت واحد الفرصه اننا نخرجوا هذا الشيء مع الاعلام ونبينوا الخطوره ديالو، خاصه انه تنشوفوه مع دي هاكرز، مع مقرصنين، مع مجموعه ديال الناس اللي كيستغلوا السلوكيات ديال المستخدمين في الانترنت باش انهم يوصلوا لاكبر عدد ممكن من هاد الناس اللي تيديروا المراهنات الرقميه. الخطير اللي كنا راقبناه بشكل كبير هي المنصه ديال 1 اكس بيت، واللي انا بالنسبه لي الناس ديالها اللي اسسوها هما انا ماشي ناس عاديين، هما اصلا مقرصنين. يعني الطرق التي يستعملونها في واحد المنصه رقميه هي طرق ديال القرصنه بواحد الشكل كبير. هذه المساله الاولى. المساله الثانيه هو انه لاحظنا بواحد الشكل كبير انهم ملي تدخل انت لابليكاسيون او تدخل المنصه يتم زرع بعض البرمجيات اللي هي في الظاهر ديالها تتكون بسيطه جدا، والدور ديالها خطير لانه تراقب السلوك ديال المستخدم عنده في المنصه، تراقب شحال تيدير ديال المراهنات بشكل يومي او بشكل شهري او بشكل اسبوعي، باش انه يولي من بعد يولي يدير التراكين او التتبع، ومن بعد انه يعطيه دي زوفر واحد اخرين باش يزيد يراهن. هذه المساله الاولى. المساله الثانيه هو انه هذه المنصه اختارت واحد الاماكن اللي حساسه هما السوشيال ميديا. وملي تنهضوا على السوشيال ميديا تنهضوا على واحد الفئه عمريه. فيسبوك ما كانتش، يعني كنتي الا بغيتي دير ان كونت فيسبوك خاصك 18 سنه الفوق، وهبطت ل 13 سنه. وهذا شيء خطير. يعني ملي تنهضوا على ملي تدير اون بوبليسيتي اون لين وتقدر تسيبلي الناس بين 13 سنه حتى ل 17 18 سنه، يعني شي حاجه اللي كاينه من موراها مسائل خطيره. منين بدينا تنشوفوا تلقاوهم انهم بداو تيقول لك كاينين العاب يقدروا هاد الوليدات يستافدوا منهم يلعبوا بهم، ولكن 1 اكس بيت استغلت هذه الثغره اللي عند مجموعه ديال المنصات الرقميه والاجتماعيه وبدات تتروج لهاد المراهنات اللي هي غير اخلاقيه وغير سويه. شنو وقع؟ اللي وقع هو انه وهادشي تنراقبوه في تيليجرام بشكل كبير، ان هاد الوليدات مشاو تيديروا دي كونت ديالهم في 1 اكس بيت. وهنايا كاين واحد مجموعه ديال الجرائم او الجنايات تيديروا هاد الوليدات بلا ما يحسوا. اول حاجه شفنا مجموعه ديال البنات اللي دخلوا للتليجرام ودخلوا لي جروب. ثاني حاجه ملي تجي تشوف السن ديالهم تلقاهم بين 13 و 17 سنه، ممنوع عليه انه يدير واحد يدخل المنصه ديال المراهنات الالكترونيه. شنو الطرق اللي تيواهم ولاو ملي تنقول لكم ان المؤسسين ديال 1 اكس بيس هما مقاصنين، ولاو تيديروا دي تيتوريال تيشرحوا للوليدات كيفاش يتحايل ويدخل المنصه. اولا عن طريق بدات واحد السوق والثمن ديالها بخس، يعني واحد $5، سوق ديال هذوك لي بي اس دي او لي كارت ناسيونال او لي باسبور القابلين للتعديل. ولاو تيعلموهم كيفاش يعدلوا على واحد البطاقه وطنيه باش انه يقول لك انه انا عندي 18 سنه. هذه شكون اللي تيواها لهم؟ ناس متخصصين كاينين في هذه المنصه. علاش؟ باش هو ملي تجي عنده لوطوريتي ديال هذيك الدوله او سميتو يقول ليه شنو تدير، تيقول ليه عنده 18 سنه. ولكن ملي تجي تشوف تلقى ان وليدات عندهم 13 14 سنه هما اللي انهم انسطاني هاد لي زابليكاسيون. هذه الاولى يعني انه ولا تيمشي يزور واحد البطاقه وطنيه، تيزور الباسبور باش انه يدخل المنصه ويتسجل بشكل قانوني اونتا بارونتيز. ولكن المساله الثانيه هو انه ملي ما تيلقاش الفلوس تيمشي تيسرق والديه، يسرق الاب او الام ديالو، تيهز ليه لاكارت ناسيونال بيمون اون لين ديالو، تيمشي تيدير هذيك المراهنه بلاكارت ناسيونال ديال الاب والام ديالو. والمساله الخطيره هو انه ملي تيجمع الفلوس في المنصه تيولي خاصو يخرجهم. وهنا تندوزو لواحد البرانسيب سميتو بي تو بي او بيرسون تو بيرسون. يعني انا ملي غنبغي نخرج، انا عندي واحد العمله الكترونيه ما غاديش نقدر نخرجها بطبيعه الحال في التنظيم او القانون المغربي تيمنع على الاطفال انهم يمشيو يخرجوا الفلوس بدون ولي امرهم او بدون مجموعه ديال الامور اللي كنحيوا عليها المشرع المغربي انه تيحمي الفضاء الرقمي وتيحمي حتى وليداتنا سميتو في الفضاء العادي. شنو تيوليو تيديروا؟ جاو عصابات كاين هنا في المغرب، تيجي تيتلاقى معاه طفل عنده 14 سنه وتيجلس مع ادولت عنده 40 سنه وتيقول ليه شوف انت غندوز لك من المنصه، ندوزها لك كعمله الكترونيه وانت تعطي لي اسبيس. زعما غير ملي تلقى واحد 14 سنه وجالس مع واحد ادولت عنده 40 سنه وتيدير واحد المعامله اللي كانت رقميه وردوها لارض الواقع، هنايا تمشيو للاستغلال الجنسي، تمشيو انه يقول لي واجي نمشيو ناكلوا ويدير لي شي منوم ويغتصبوا، يقدروا نمشيو لبزاف ديال الامور اللي الادولت يفكر فيهم. وهنا الدق عندنا ناقص الخطا اننا شفنا مجموعه ديال الامور. وكاين بعض كنا في راديو مارس انه مع واحد الاخ كان داز معنا وكنهضر على واحد جوج فتيات تلاقى معاهم في محطه ديال ولاد زيان وهازين واحد الكارطابل فيها شي 30,000 درهم ديال الاموال. وسميتو مني سولهم عن طريق المراهنات انهم جاو وجلسوا وتلاقوا مع شي واحد وصرف ليهم، وجوج بنات جايين من منطقه بعيده وجاو لكازا وصرفوا دوك الفلوس ووالديهم تيقلبوا عليهم، داروا ديكلاراسيون. ملي جاو تيبحثوا معاهم لقاوهم انستالين 1 اكس بيت وتيديروا هذه العمليه. ونمشيو نهضر على واحد المساله اخرى اللي هي بيرمون تكنيك. اللي شنو تيديروا؟ تيدخلوك جوج مجموعات ديال التليجرام، يعني مجموعه ا ومجموعه بي، وتيقسموا هذوك المجموعه اللي هي تنقولوا حنا البويزون، انه تنسموا الفضاء الرقمي، تسميم الفضاء الرقمي انه تنديروا واحد الاعلان في الظاهر ديالو تيبان لك اعلان بسيط، ولكن في الاصل هو انه باش يجرك لهذيك المنصه او التليجرام او هذاك الجروب باش تقيد فيه، وتعطيك واحد الوعد اللي هو تيقول لك انك لا دخلتي معنا في هذا سميتو في هذا الجروب غادي تربح معنا واحد $100. الو شنو الطريقه الاحتياليه الالكترونيه هو انهم تقسم تيدخل عندهم 1000 شخص تقسموا على دو جروب وتيوليو يعطيوهم مثلا الفريق A مع ضد الفريق B. نقول لك الفريق B هو اللي غينجح او غيربح واحد المباراه. الو مني هما تيعطيو هذوك النتائج تيقول ليه مثلا انت قمر على الفريق B وانت قمر على الفريق A. هذيك ال 500 واحد اللي غيربح يعني وحدين اللي غتكون عندهم النتيجه صحيحه. الو تيشدوا تياخذوا الفلوس ديال هذوك ال 500 يعني هما ملي تيبغي يدخل بعد هذاك الكوب تيقول لي تيفرض عليه انه يخلص واحد $50 باش يستافد من هذوك النتائج. هنا تيبدا غادي معاه ملي تنقولوا ان الفريق بي نجح يعني ولاو عندنا 500 واحد تيوليو هما سفراء ديال هذيك المنصه. اجيو دخلوا لوان اكس بيت راه تتبع شنو وقع لنا بحال تيعطيو واحد البروف او واحد هي داخله في واحد لا تكنيك سميتها السوشيال بروف واني اثبت اجتماعيا انني انا تنربح عن طريق منصه الكترونيه. هنا الذكاء الاحتيالي ديال هاد المسيين ديال هاد المنصه فكروا في واحد المساله هو انهم دخلوا عن طريق المؤثرين اللي ولاو تيستعملوهم باش انهم يوسعوا القاعده ديالهم عبر الفضاء الرقمي. وشكرا.
شكرا المهندس حسن خرجوج. ونحن نصل إلى نهاية هذه العروض المقدمة من طرف السادة الأساتذة. حاولت نقدم أو نختزل ما تم تداوله وربما تكون البداية بالإشارة إلى اتفاقية ماكونان لأنها على درجة كبيرة من الأهمية. اتفاقية ماكونان اللي دخلت حيز التنفيذ يعني في فاتح شتنبر 2019 واللي كان عندها جوج ديال الأهداف أساسيين. أولا الحد من التعاطي للمنشطات، والعنصر الثاني أو الهدف الثاني هو آفة المراهنات الرياضية غير القانونية. وقعتها 33 دولة. المغرب كان أول دولة إفريقية يوقع على هذه الاتفاقية وهي الآن يعني في بصدد تنزيلها لتصبح سارية المفعول. وعرفت المراهنات غير القانونية بأنها سرطان ينخر المجتمعات وأنها غطاء لممارسات إجرامية وصلت حد الاستغلال الجنسي للقاصرين. وأيضا شجعت شبكات التجارة في الأعضاء وتبييض الأموال. واعتبرت على أن المراهنات الرياضية غير مشروعة هي بوابة إلى الجريمة وهي جريمة أيضا عابرة للحدود ومن أكبر مظاهر الفساد في الرياضة. وبطبيعة الحال هي غير خاضعة للقوانين والضوابط الأخلاقية وتعتبر في اعتقاد الكثير من الإعلاميين هي الوجه الأسود للرياضة. وطبعا هذه المراهنات الرياضية تنشط كثيرا عندما تحل الأحداث الرياضية الكبرى على غرار كأس العالم، على غرار بطولة أوروبا للأمم، كأس إفريقيا للأمم، كوبا أمريكا، وأيضا الكأس الذهبية. هنا في هذه اللحظة هذه تتضاعف بنسب كبيرة الإقبال على المراهنات الرياضية. وما زلت أعتبر أنه المجلس الأوروبي كان قدر ذات وقت أن حجم المراهنات الرياضية غير المشروعة وصل إلى 1.7 تريليون دولار. وأعتقد أن هذا الرقم خلال هذه 3 سنوات يمكن أنه يكون تضاعف بشكل كبير جدا. إذن هذه الشركات على الخصوص غير القانونية هي محمية مما أصبحنا نعرف ويسمى بمافيا السياسة والمال. كمثال على ذلك الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية اللي استطاعت تقنن عملية المراهنات الرياضية نجحت في أنها تثري الاقتصاد الأمريكي بنحو 22 مليار دولار وساهمت أيضا في خلق مئات بل الآلاف من فرص الشغل. وهي مناسبة ونحن نأتي إلى نهاية هذه المنصة أو هذا البانيل أننا كإعلاميين رياضيين نطلق من لهنا من الرباط نداء الرباط لتنضم الصحافة الرياضية الدولية إلى كل المحاولات التي تنشد مكافحة المراهنات الرياضية غير المشروعة. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. Please stay a little bit longer with us because you need to have our get a photo with and with Jenny. Without photo, like it never happens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now, after a lot of men on the stage, fortunately, we have a beautiful women which will come here. The next of our panels is very important for AIPS also. It is panel, The Challenges of Women in Sport Journalism. And I am asking my colleague, Vice President of AIPS, Zsuzsa Csisztu from Hungary, to take her place because she will moderate it. Also, here will be Hiam Ibrahim from Sudan. Please, Hiam, come here. And Lorraine Cunningham from Malta. On the Zoom online will be Afghan girl, Salma Niazi, Afghan lady, Salma Niazi. She lives now in Ireland, but she will be online. So please, join us. Yes. And Zsuzsa, the floor is yours.
Hello? Thank you. Hi, Joe. I'm happy that you're happy. So, dear colleagues, thank you that you're staying with us because we'll bring you some very, very interesting stories. And at the very end, I would also like to bring you and introduce you something that is an issue from our association. And I hope you will like it and find it interesting. To be honest, I'm very happy that we have the chance to talk about the women's role and the way in this field. For many, many years, we started in Budapest in 2019 with a summit. It was called Empowering Women in Sports and Sports Media. And ever since the next year in 2020, as you were there in the Congress in Budapest, you remember we had a panel of fantastic women, including Donna De Varona or Ever, part of the biggest inspiring women in sports journalism. We had fantastic women on that panel from 5 continents. And ever since, we tried to include this topic into the Congress's panels and the program, because we do believe it's not just the fact that we are talking about women in sport journalism and our role and the difficulties what we face, but also here we are today that I would like to sort of getting you in emotion, in action, that we have to do things. Because something that I've learned from this community and also from my colleague, György Szőlősi from Hungary, that you can only do things if you are there. It's just a position. If you try to make a change, then it's worthwhile to be somewhere and to be in a panel, to be in the executive committee. Believe me, I would not be here if I didn't believe that we can make a change, we can reach out, we can help, and also we can create opportunities for others. I would be sitting at home with my 2 boys and my husband. So I'm very, very happy that we have fantastic colleagues today who are with us, and actually we will hear stories and difficulties and obstacles that I never had to face. I had difficulties and other obstacles to face in my career, which I started 33 years ago in Hungary in sport journalism. But of course, depending on which part of the world you're coming from, what culture you're coming from, you're facing, of course, very different kind of difficulties. So, first of all, let me start introduce this fantastic young lady, Sama Niazi from Afghanistan. She lives in an exile now in Ireland, and she will tell you the story how she's been trying to help women by establishing a fantastic magazine, Afghan Times, and what kind of support she was applying for and how she could do that, and how life has changed ever since. We all know what happened when the American and the USA left the country, and how all those, I would say, possibilities in education, in culture, in work, in social life has been changing for women for the worse, unfortunately, ever since. So, Salma, thank you for joining us online. I hope you're listening to us and you can hear us, right? Can you? Can you hear us? I hope you can. Are you talking? Yeah, I can see you talking, but I cannot hear you yet. Did you open your microphone? We have everything go right there with the technicality in the background? Should be? Okay. We still give it a try? Nothing? No? I really hope that it's not going to happen, but it's always a difficult story. So I can see on your smile that you listen to me and you can hear me. Unfortunately, there is no voice coming back from your side at the moment. Sorry. That is my interpreting machine. So, video is okay. Your voice is okay. It should be. Maybe now? No? Can you talk? So test, so we can hear you if your voice is with us. No, not at the moment. Okay. Salma, I hope we can somehow solve this problem, because your story is amazing and I really would like to listen to you. In the meantime, allow me to turn to Hiam Ibrahim, who is with us today. Welcome. And first of all, that we have to be aware of, ladies and gentlemen, what a difficult way it was for you to be here today with us. You arrived only for this panel, so we can listen to your story. But I know that even a travel, obtaining visa, to sort of getting the opportunity to tell your story, it was more than difficult, that we maybe not even capable to imagine. The floor is yours, please.
السلام عليكم. نهاركم سعيد. أنا هيام تاجسر.
إبراهيم، صحفية رياضية سودانية مهتمة بالشأن الإنساني وحقوق الطفل والمرأة. أنا والله يعني بجد امبارح كنت بتكلم معها واتكلم مع نادين إنه ده كان حلم بالنسبة لي إني أصل للحتة دي وإني أحكي قصتي لكل الناس. يعني أنا بديت صحافة رياضية بدري، وما أقول إنه عانيت، لكن عانيت يعني كبقية الصحفيات الرياضيات في كل العالم مش في الوطن العربي بس. لكن وصولي لي هنا كان بصعوبة، لأنه الآن إحنا بنواجه حرب أهلية كبيرة في السودان. أنا وأسرتي نزحنا لمصر، وأنا جيت هنا عشان يعني أشارك، وعارفة إنه ما حقدر أرجع مصر تاني.
No, it's my voice hear you.
لأنه يعني المهم المشاكل اللي بتحصل في الحرب والتأشيرات وغيره وكده، فرحلتي من هنا حتتحول لدولة تانية، لدولة أفريقية، حتى أنتاني أبحث يعني عن تأشيرة عشان أدخل القاهرة لأهلي. يعني بداياتي كانت ممكن تكون كانت موفقة. لقيت دعم كبير من أسرتي، وأنا بقول دائما إنه الرهان على الأسرة هو الطريق يعني للنجاح. رغم إنه الصحافة الرياضية بالنسبة للسيدات يعني عليها كثير من المآخذ، ابتداء من دخول الميادين، وأنا صحفية ميدانية بحب أغطي من داخل الملاعب، يعني ما بحب إنه خبر يجيني في الجريدة. فالحمد لله دخلت كل الملاعب في السودان وفي العالم. كان برضو عندي بداية أنا بحتز بها جدا، إنه دخلت منافسة مع 22 صحفي عشان أغطي بطولة عالم لألعاب القوة، وده كان في بداياتي. ولو سمحت لي يعني أنا هنا في إنسانة ساعدتني شديد جدا، اللي هي أنا كانت مديرة الإعلام في الاتحاد الدولي لألعاب القوة. فكانت بدايتي إني غطيت بطولة عالم. بعدها يمكن ده عمل لي نقلة كبيرة في حياتي، وكان يعني أداني يعني القوة أو العزيمة إني أستمر. حتى التغطيات الخارجية بالنسبة لي كانت مشكلة كبيرة، لأنه ما في دعم من المؤسسات. ما حابالغ لو قلت لكم يعني أنا ما عارفة بالترجمة حتكون شنو. يعني أنا كنت بدخل صندوق أو جمعية عشان أوفر قروش التذكرة عشان أسافر بيها. فالاتحاد الدولي لألعاب القوة كان بيساعدني بأنه بوفر لي السكن، وده كان بيديني دافع كبير إني يعني أشارك في التغطيات. كنت أول صحفية سودانية من العنصر النسائي غطيت بطولة عالم. أول صحفية من العنصر النسائي غطيت أولمبياد، كانت أولمبياد بكين.
Congratulations, congratulations. The first Sudanese woman, ladies and gentlemen, to cover international sport. That is really something. That is amazing. Let me ask, because you were telling about the difficulties, that if you can sort of sort them, the lack of finances, the cultural surroundings, I would say the unusuality of women doing sports in journalism. What do you think is probably the biggest challenge for you that you have to overcome in order to persuade your goals?
التحدي الأكبر هو فعلا المشاكل الثقافية. في مشكلة يعني يمكن تكون بتواجه كثير من زميلاتي لما نجي نتكلم حتى في الوطن العربي، اللي هو دخول الملاعب، خاصة الملاعب الرجالية، الاستادات، ملاعب كرة القدم. الرجعة للبيت متأخر، دي برضو كانت واحدة من المشاكل. يعني حتى في البيت هم موافقين على شغلي وبيدعموني وأي شيء، لكن في كثير من الأحيان برضو أمي كان بتقول لي إنه يعني الجيران بيتكلموا. وصلت حد يعني إنه أنا السيارة بتاعت الجريدة كان بتوصلني البيت، لما نجي راجعة بعربية الجريدة بيكون شيء عادي، يعني إنك تجي داخل 12 وواحدة صباحا وكده. أما لو جيت راجع براك ومع الوضع المالي يمكن تجي راجع بالمواصلات اللي هو البص أو كده، فبتجي راجع في الشارع متأخر، وده برضو بيشكل حاجة من المشاكل الأمنية أو المهم المشاكل بتاعت الحماية الرقمية أو الشخصية.
فانت بتكون بتجي راجع في الليل، مرات اخوي كان بيجي ينتظرني برا في الشارع يعني عشان انا اصل البيت.
I can imagine that all those obstacles are giving you very difficult circumstances to do your job. We'll go back to you, Hiam. Salma, are you with us now? Let's try the voice.
Dear colleagues, friend, and member of the global sport journalism community.
Yes, we can hear you now. Fantastic. So at least we have the connection. Everybody can hear Salma. So Salma, please tell me a little bit about your story. If I'm informed well, you have a little baby, right?
Yeah.
So that's also something that we women have to deal with if we want to be mothers, if we want to have family, but we love our profession because you can imagine that this combination exists. Then of course we have to somehow organize ourselves and learn time management. So how do you do your life there now, and what is basically what are the circumstances around you now that you're in exile in Ireland?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today, and more importantly, thank you for listening to your voices of one woman, especially those who are passionate about sport. My name is Salmania Zey, and I speak with you from Dublin, Ireland, where I lead the One Times media platform. I founded to amplify voices of one woman's words most here. I work with a small teams of courageous women's journalists who report from inside Afghanistan. They do this work in secret. Every article they publish could be their last. Every interview is a risk. Every step they take must be cautious, calculated, and quiet. They are not only reporting in a war-torn country, they are doing so as women in society where women's rights have been erased. Here are some of the challenges they are faces: surveillance and intimidation by the isolated by extremist group and even by member of their even community. To rights awareness, improvement, desperation, simple reporting they are true or using towards women in public media. Look of legal protection. There are no safety nets for women journalists if they are arrested. There is no one of the call for help. Ban from newsroom and public institutions often forced work from home in isolation, limited access to information because they are women. They are often then pressed entry to events or access to male officials, leads, athletes, severe internet restrictions and mentoring, which makes digital reporting extremely dangerous. Financial insecurity, many have lost jobs, support or funding, and cannot access bank account or payment freely. Psychological trauma to fear street and emotional weight of their work is enormous. Many are deadline with depression and anxiety brought out with no access to mental health support. Exile and displacement, many have had to flee their homes, leaving behind to their families, careers, or community. And for these reporting and support challenges are even greater. They are not allowed to attending much to speak to athletes or even mention women's participation in sport. For some, just writing about female athletes or could be late or arrest or public punishment. Yet, despite of all these, they continue to write, to report, to rest it. There are one female athletes who are still competing in exile, carrying the dream of generation, and there are one woman journalist, same of where athletes themselves who are risking everything keep this story alive. So today I ask all of you journalists, editors, media leaders to realize standing with these brave women, define their right, report, amplify their story, support their safety, their freedom, and their future. Because women are allowed reporter play lead, they didn't just changing headline, they changing history. Thank you, and my colleagues for Afghan women continue to move us all forward.
Thank you so much, Sama. And I know that there were a lot of important messages you wanted to tell. Of course, we will talk. I saw you that you wanted to read this out, so I didn't want to interrupt you. I hope the message goes out, that everyone, if you look around your working space and your opportunities, think of how and the way you can help colleagues, women, youngsters. And of course, as I said, we are all coming from different cultures, different countries, so we have been facing different kind of difficulties. Lorraine, you're coming from a small country, Malta. And of course, if you're talking about the small country, this is a small market, of course. Less opportunities, not as colorful, not so many media outlets. So of course, the opportunities, the smaller you are, probably the less. So how do you remember when you started out, and I know that you're specialized in many other things, but specialized in horse riding and all those horse sports, right, basically that involved. So this is something that I admire you for as well. But I know that you are probably one of the most colorful journalists. Now you're working in news business, and you have been working in all kinds of different fields. So was it easy, this kind of transition? Who helped you? And what was, let's say, the biggest challenge that you had to face?
Thank you, Juja, for having me here on your panel. First of all, it's true, I come from a small country, but when you hear experiences of women all over the world, the problems and what we face are basically the same. It's not coming from a small country or a big country, it's not culture, it's men, they want to dominate the world. So I consider myself lucky because I do come from a small country, and I started in sports 33 years ago. I was actually the first female sports journalist in Malta.
Fantastic. Yes, she can get a clap, I think, a round of applause, because we're all, in a way, a little bit of a pioneers in our field, and I hope that gives some sort of an encouragement for those who think it's impossible, because it is possible.
And I started in a sports that was dominated by men and is still dominated by men.
Yeah, we all are in a world which is still dominated by men, but we are not afraid.
It's horse racing, actually, not horse riding. Because
horse racing, yes, I'm sorry.
Horse riding, you would think
it's when you're, yeah, of course,
it's a
horse
lot
racing.
of women in it,
Yeah.
but horse racing is still a male-dominated sport. But I was lucky because the people who pushed me were men, funnily enough. One of them is our ex-president, now Sandro Mikalev, who wanted me to join the Malta Sports Journalists Association. AIPS Europe President Charles Kamenzuli, who was president at that time of the association. Yes, I got help. My father, who never thought of me as a girl, he always took me everywhere in sports activities. Yes, and my husband also, because if I didn't have my husband's support when I needed to go abroad to cover European and World Championships with only men, where even the participants were men, it would not have happened. But I would like to comment on something. Here we are all in this Congress. I look around and I still see a minority of women, although there has been some progress. But every year in this Congress, we always have a subject about women, but still, even though maybe it's not intentional, we do get some comments which do not put us on the same light as men. A couple of years ago, our president introduced the female panel as beautiful, and today it was our general secretary who did that. I mean, you wouldn't...
Of course, a nice comment. It always comes handy, but...
I think it's a comment, but for us, it's not a compliment. It's being treated differently. And we do not want that. We do not want to be treated differently. We want to be treated on equal basis. We have the same intelligence, we have the same knowledge, and we work hard for our positions.
Absolutely. Let me continue with the topic that you mentioned about your husband's support and the importance of family. And I also would like to know Salma's and Hiam's opinion. I'm turning to you, Hiam, now, that you said sometimes your brother is sort of supporting you and escorting you when you're doing things. So talking with these cultural differences, how easy or difficult with your family, if you have a supportive family, to do what you're doing, and how difficult it is for others who want to do the same thing, who doesn't have a supportive family background?
بفتكر إنه التحديات بتكون مختلفة. أنا يعني قلت لك في الأول كان الداعم الأساسي لي هو أسرتي. أبوي ربنا يرحمه، يعني أنا تولدت في أسرة رياضية، فكنت مغررة إني أبقى صحفية رياضية قبل ما أدخل الجامعة. فده كان دافع بالنسبة لي. وأنا طالبة عملت كورسات بتاعة التحكيم بتاعة كرة طائرة، يعني دخلت الوسط الرياضي بدري وأنا صغيرة. عملت تحكيم كرة طائرة. لما جيت دخلت الجامعة قمت درست إعلام عشان أتخصص صحافة رياضية. في فوارق في المجتمع. لما جيت الصحيفة اشتغلت في صحيفة شاملة. مشيت لرئيس التحرير، بديت متدربة في قسم الأخبار. قمت طلبت منه، قلت له يعني أنا من صغيرة رغبتي أبقى صحفية رياضية. فقام رفض الحاجة دي، والمهم أنا أصريت شديد. قام قال لي أمشي نادي رئيس القسم الرياضي. وقتها كان هو الأستاذ عبد المجيد عبد الرازق، يعني الناس هنا بتعرفه وربنا يرحمه. فلما ناديت وجيت بتكلم مع رئيس التحرير، قام قال له سوقة أصلا هي محمد ولد. محمد ولد دي لفظ في السودان بيقول يتقال للبيت، يعني كأنها متشبهة بالرجال أو بالأولاد. فأنا ضحكت وقبلت الكلام ومشيت. أستاذ عبد المجيد عبد الرازق كان داعم لي شديد. جمعية الصحفيين الرياضيين في السودان.
Maybe we lost English translation. Did we? No? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we have it.
جمعية الصحفيين الرياضيين في السودان دعمتني كثير جدا، وقدمتني باعتبار إنه إحنا كنا 3-4 بنات في الوسط. فهم كانوا بيهتموا بالحاجة دي، وابتعثتني لدورات تدريبية في الأردن. كان بيعمل الاتحاد العربي ملتقى للإعلاميات الرياضيات في الوطن العربي. بعدها يعني أنا حسيت إنه أنا قوية، وإنه أسرتي مساعداني وأساتذتي الكبار مساعديني. لكن كنت بواجه مشكلة، يعني مثلا أنا ماشية أولمبياد، بعد بكين غطيت لندن. لو جيت الصحيفة وقدمتها عشان أنا ماشية عشان تطلع لي نسرية مالية، ممكن يكون في زميل ماشي يغطي مباراة للمريخ أو الهلال اللي هم طرفين القمة في السودان، يدوه هو مثلا $1000 وأنا يدوني $100، وأنا ماشية مثلا بكين أو لندن. فأنا برضو يعني الحاجة دي ما وقفتني، وممكن بعدين دي تكون رسالة للصحفيات إنه المال هو ما بوقف الإنسان.
Not a surprise.
فكنت يعني بوفر من مرتبي على قلته أو من الدخل بتاعي الشهري، وبدخل اللي هو الصندوق أو الجمعية اللي قلت عليكي. أنا بقول لهم ما تتوقفوا للحاجة دي. ليه؟ لأنه أنا وصلت مرحلة في شركة اسمها تاركو للطيران بقت تديني التذاكر فري، فبقي يعني بقت تساعدني في شغلي وكده. بتعمل لي يعني بيقول شنو دعم إعلامي. بعمل التغطية بيسفروني مجاني. فأنا بقول إنه في تباين في المجتمع السوداني بين داعم وبين
that happens, you know.
أيوة.
We are all looking for sponsors.
أيوة. فأنا يعني دائما بتمسك بالنص المليان من الكوباية. من هنا برضو يعني ممكن أشكر رئيس الاتحاد الدولي مستر ميرلو، لأنه يعني كان في أوقات الشدة يعني مرات بتواصل معي مباشر بقول لي الحاصل شنو يعني في السودان، مشكلتك شنو. أنا ما عاوزة أكون يعني هي تجربة في النهاية، لازم الزول يحكيها بالحاجات الإيجابية وبالحاجات السلبية. الحمد لله بقيت معتمدة كإعلامية من الفيفا. غطيت كاس عالم للأندية في قطر وفي الإمارات، وغطيت كاس العالم الكبير في الدوحة، وحضرت 32 مباراة من داخل الاستاد. بلقى مساعدة شديد من الزملاء، يعني لو كانوا سودانيين أو كانوا عرب يعني، أو المهم الزملاء اللي أنا بلاقيهم في المجتمعات أو بلاقيهم في المنافسات أو الفعاليات الكبيرة بلقى منهم دعم. يمكن أو أنا بعاين للداعمين وما بلقي نظرة للناس اللي بيحاولوا يحبطوني، لأنه زي ما قلت لك أول بطولة مشيتها كانت في فنلندا، ففي واحد بس من الجمعية تحت الصحفيين الرياضيين قال لهم يعني أنا ما أعرف اللفظ حيترجم كيف، إنه هي بيت يعني هل هي مطلوقة عشان أهلها يخلوها تمشي أوروبا. فما توقفت له. لما لاقاني بعد سافرت وجيت قال لي طبعا إحنا اخترناكي، قلنا أنت بيت حتسافري وحتجي راجعة، الأولاد لو سافروا حيقوموا تاني ويجوا راجعين. قلت له وأنا الاجتماع كله يعني وصلني وشكرا لكم وكتر خيركم. فكنت بحب يعني إنه ما يعني اتلفت للحاجة اللي هي حتوقفني. الكلام ده سنين طويلة، يعني لو الإنسان لو نظر للعثرات يا إما تقويه أو ترميك يعني في الأرض. فكنت بحاول إنه أطلع بالي فوق وأمشي بالي قدام.
Fantastic, fantastic. Really, your positivity and enthusiasm, I think it's just the fuel into what you're doing. Congratulations, really, really. Salma, what about your family environment? How supportive your family can be in this situation, and how can you reach out to other females or other women in your country that are in a much worse situation?
In Afghanistan, it's very difficult for the women support. I think some people, the family support is very difficult. I support my husband. I'm very lucky for my husband. It's my support. It's the first time it's my husband support them. But when I was a child, it's a big dream. I can't say what what I do is the homes, the women's, my mother support with me, but my father not support with me. It's very difficult. When I found it the one times I was no longer living in my country, I had to come to dream with a painful truth. I could not physically stand beside the women I was trying to life, but I realized could still stand with them. The platform in Dublin, management, my husband, both managing in the one times. It's where it's every article recording every from the character under the pressure, but also with bread. They are nets. Didn't sleep every wearing about our reporter. They are die when a message answering, and I fear the worst, but I still persist because silence is not an option.
You're right, absolutely, yes. We will continue with your stories. I also would like to share you something, that you might not know. Of course, in Hungary, we have a very widespread sports media business, but you probably are not aware of that. We did not have sports radio in our country. We have several TV channels, a lot of media outlets with printed papers, online, social, whatsoever. We always had news, sports news on the radio channels, on the national radio, on commercial radio stations, but the president, György Soros from Hungary, had this dream to establish a 24-hour sports radio station in Hungary, which we didn't have for some strange reason. So 3 years ago, actually, he decided that he would go out and partly taking some loans, risking his own money, and also looking for some market sponsors, he established a private sports radio company in Hungary 3 years ago, which created about 25 to 30 workplaces for sport journalists. Many of them had actually were unemployed back then. We didn't know if this company will be able to survive from the financial basis. I joined him when he asked me to do radio, even though I've been in television and I've been in written press for many, many years. I used to do radio long ago, but that was not on my daily activity. So I said, yes, let's go. This is an experiment. Let's see if we can actually have a 24-hour sports radio channel in our country, if we have enough content to fill it up with. So that's how we started out, and it was very difficult. He could tell, but he's a modest man, so he would not tell how difficult it was, especially from the economical point of view. But what's important is that this radio station went rocket high in listenership. It became such an important part of the sports media business in Hungary that in 2 years later, the national media decided, it happened last year, that they would like to involve the sports radio into the national sports media company called MTV or MTVA. So a negotiation started basically, and I tell you, last year when I went to the Paris Olympics, I was already a part of the national sports radio. That now we have more than 40 workplaces for journalists working on national sports radio. But it started out with a brave step that you actually risking sometimes even your own economical well-being, and you're risking your own money because you have, I would say, a dream that you're persuading, you would like to carry it out, and that's what I'm talking, and I'm looking to my Western European colleagues and also those who are coming from economically well-based countries. When was the last time that you decided to risk your own money to help others, to create opportunities, to make working environments for others? Now, national sports radio is a factor in our country which just didn't exist, as I said, 3 years ago. So what I'm saying is, and of course he's the editor-in-chief of the National Sports Daily, which is of course the eternal love. But radio, something that is, we all know, we thought this is something out of fashion now. I think radio, podcasts, and this kind of talking of sports with news, with live coverages of sporting events and all that, it's something which is a very, very important part. And I'm also very proud that one of our female colleagues, Zsófia Somogyi, she made it to the shortlist with her radio program from the National Sports Radio this year at the AIPS Sports Media Award, because she had a fantastic reportage, and I was encouraging her to please, put your submission in, because I think it's an amazing opportunity. So all I'm saying, dear colleagues, every year we come here, we talk about difficulties, we talk about obstacles, we talk about the difficulties, but it's not worth anything if we are not trying to change the situation. What I learned from our president, that if you have the opportunity, use it for the better. Change. You are there to make something that is an investment, something that is actually a progress. So that's what I'm asking for you, that you look around yourself, dear male colleagues, because we are working in the same business. It seems like that you're getting to accept the fact that we are there. We have our own voice. We can do what we are capable of, and we would like to. But if you have a chance to open up and to help and give opportunities, to create new opportunities, don't be shy. Don't sit around and say, okay, now it's comfortable. And don't just let these women to fight alone. Because sometimes that's what we actually have to do. When I decided to make my own YouTube channel, I did it because every time I came across with the ideas, oh no, you cannot do this. Oh, you cannot do this. Oh no, it's impossible to go and make these kind of feature stories abroad with athletes. And said, why? Of course it's difficult. I'm still facing obstacles to travel with my own crew to the IOC session and make basically a complete reportage on how Kirsty Coventry became the IOC president. I risked my own money. I did it because I thought this is something historical. We have to be there. We have to have a reportage from this perspective. This is still today. There are challenges as we have to face. And these challenges are not same because it depends on where we are coming from. But these are challenges. And of course, we can overcome on these challenges if we get the help of you, dear male colleagues. So we are expecting to have that, and we are counting on you. That's why we're here to talk about it. Hiam, summarizing basically what we are talking about. No, I wanted to talk a little bit to Lorraine. How easy or how difficult is to adjust to the new challenges? I just talked to you yesterday, and we were talking about now you're jumping into news, and you're in the early morning program. So basically, we all know, how tiring it is to be sharp, to be, accurate in the early morning, and also to look okay, not just beautiful, but at least. So when you have to adjust to new circumstances and new tasks, how easy to do that, and how, I would say, resilient you become to do that?
I think women are different from men in that aspect because we can also multitask. Like you said, families and journalists who have children, you have to adjust schedules. I am married, but I don't have children, so I didn't have that problem, but I can understand. Because, yes, you have to adapt. You mentioned, I come from a small country. Sport journalism jobs are very few, especially full-time jobs, not just for the women, but also for the men. It is mostly done in Malta with part-timers, which is hard even on the men because they have to juggle their families. They also have families, and nowadays times have changed, and men also take care of children. There are also single parents, so it's hard. But it's harder on women. So yes, you have to adapt. I came across the opportunity some months ago to go into news, not sports news. I think it was one aspect of media that I had not covered because I had done multiple radio and television programs of different genres. So I'm still in love with sports, though. I was talking to Sandra, and I'm telling you, I'm using this opportunity also to push certain sport items into the news items to get more publicity also for them. But yes, we have to adapt. But what I would like to appeal is instead of thinking of us women as threats to men's jobs, they should think of us as a complement. In life, everybody has different takes, different. We are intelligent, both sexes are intelligent in the same way, but we can tackle opportunities and when we are faced with problems in different ways. So we should complement each other. We should not think of us as trying to steal men's jobs. reporting a sport item with a man and a woman can give it a different dimension. It can complement each other. People might look at a situation of an athlete, being it a female or a male athlete, and maybe recognize a problem or how they got about that result in different ways. So we should complement each other. Thinking that coming from different countries, we are not alike, is not true. In 1999, I had the opportunity, together with 58 other women from different countries, to do a program, an IVLP program in the United States with only female sports journalists coming from 59 different countries, from all the continents, and we all shared our experiences. And thinking that maybe countries that are richer or more modern the women do not face the problems is untrue. Actually, some of the very bad experiences were from the United States, were from the more advanced countries. And the biggest problem we also faced was that men are scared that we are taking their jobs. So they try to, you do not understand. How come you are talking about football? It's a men's world. And I heard some horrific stories of what happened, but also pay. She mentioned they gave her less allowance. Why should that be? I think women need more allowance because they expect us to look better. Also. So,
and that's expensive, I tell you guys.
Yes, and even getting ready for a television program, men usually takes them 10 minutes to go in front of a camera. Right. We have, because if you don't do makeup, if you don't do your hair, they criticize you. Even though it's not necessary. Because
right away, they don't criticize what you're telling, you know, how relevant you are, but how is she looking? Oh my God, I know she's got these things under her eye. Oh my goodness.
And that's not relevant. That's not relevant to the subject. So, I mean, why should it be like that?
Yeah. Absolutely. Of course, we could talk about a lot of things for a long time. But Salma, if we can just summarize very shortly, and also I will ask Hiam to do that. What could be for you the most important we could support you in? How can we, if we can at all, echo your voice, amplify your voice? What would be the most important? What would be from a community like the International Sports Journalist could reach out and help you and the kind of brave women like you are?
So I ask this community, especially these in international support media, often the door made a correct space for the displaced journalists appear, access, share, coordinational. So publish story. Let me make sure that the story of women in exile, especially these from country like means, are not missing from the wars. Biggest sport stage, because the Afghan story doesn't end the border in Afghan woman's waist, it doesn't stop of the age of the field.
Okay, thank you for that. Hiam, what could be, I know that you mentioned AIPS, that they've been helping you out in several cases, but maybe your continental section, maybe, how can we help you to follow your dreams, to do these kind of amazing stories, to be the first woman from Sudan for an international sporting event, to be in an Olympic Games and all those. So what would be the most practical way to help your work?
أنا بفتكر إنه يعني أنا ما عارفة هم حيدعموني بشنو. لكن أنا بفتكر إنه أنا اليوم قعدتي هنا دي دعمي بالنسبة لي. الاتحاد الدولي اهتمامه بالمرأة يعني بيظهر من خلال برامجه اللي بيقدمها. لو يعني تسنى لي بشكر الأخت نادين، هي عضو في يعني في الموظفة في الإعلام، بتتواصل معانا برضو دايما. الدعم اللي انت تكلمتي عنه انا ما حقدر يعني افهم قصدك شنو، لانه انا ما حطلب دعم مالي من شخص. بفتكر انه ادونا حقوقنا، هو ده الدعم بالنسبه لنا. لو اصبحت في مشاريع تدعم الطرفين، يعني يكون عندنا حق فيها او نسبه فيها، يمكن يكون ده الكلام اللي حقدر اقوله. ما حقدر اقول اكتر من كده.
Fantastic. Now we can see some very nice photos of you working. So I think this is definitely deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. And you said if we could have some new opportunities, some new projects, well, that's exactly what I'm bringing to you and to the audience of our AIPS Congress. When we've seen your video, I would also like to introduce a very short video to you. That's 1 minute, so I think we can all bear that. This is it. If you can put maybe some voice. Maybe not. Okay, we'll try one more time. Until we get this video, I also would like to tell you that in a couple of... Oh, no, do we have it? It's a football from Hungary, East meets West. That's the main theme. I don't hear the music, but it's maybe not as important because it's just...
I can sing if you want.
That would be nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, since I do believe in actions, I'm bringing you a new project, a new opportunity for our female colleagues in a global scale. A couple of weeks ago, I had the chance to introduce to my executive committee members that I had the chance to be one of the main speakers of a main event in Hungary. It's called Football Forum Hungary. It's been established 3 years ago, and it's been growing. This year we had 60 countries coming from the football business all over the world. Of course, they are coaches, sport journalists, scouts, ex-players like Christos Stoichkov, who's, I think we all know who he is, from Bulgaria, a Golden Ball winner earlier, and many other fantastic figures of the football world. This is a forum, and really we call it East meets West, but of course South meets North as well, because it's a global event. After this event was over 3 weeks ago, I talked to our president, György Szolósi, to initiate a new idea. And we went out and talked to this company. This is a private sports manager company who organizes this Football Forum Hungary event. And we tried to convince them that this is an event which has to be visited by female football specialist sports journalists and to be a part of it. So we actually reached out also to the Hungarian Sports Agency, and with the cooperation with these three participants, these three parties, we would like to now introduce an opportunity for our international community next spring, because you probably all know that the Champions League final and the UEFA Champions League final will be in Budapest next May, which is one of the major events of the year, not talking about the Football World Cup next year that is going to be also in 2026. So there are a lot of major football events in 2026. So what we would like to now to hand out to you, that we would like to invite 2 female colleagues from each continent for the Football Forum Hungary event next spring, which is going to be preceding, of course, the Champions League final in Budapest. So we would be completely taking care of the accommodation, the participation of the program. We would take them to the venue of the football for the Champions League final. Of course, we would sort of offer them a visit to the venue. We would also take them to the Puskás Museum, which is also a fantastic venue. And I would also take them out to the Hungarian Olympic Committee, where I'm the media officer. So we would like to give a full program that is mostly focused on football for this couple of days, which would be at least a 5 or 4 days program covered by these parties: the Hungarian Sport Journalists Association, the Football Forum Hungary Sports Management Company, and also the Hungarian Sports Agency. So all we will probably need a little support from the continents is maybe the travel expenses of these colleagues. So this is also great purpose that AIPS can help us in. We would like to give the opportunity to each continent to sort of find your female colleagues, to maybe have some submissions or whatsoever. This is your responsibility to find these female colleagues. We only would like to give the opportunity, because I do believe without opportunity, this is very difficult to create a change. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite 8 to 10 female colleagues to Budapest next spring. We would like to be welcoming them. We will be the hosts, and I hope that you will have a great time there. And this is going to be helping us to create a better sport journalistic world and environment for all of us, because I do believe that there is a way how we can help progress. So thank you so much. And I'm very happy that we could share these ideas with you. And please give a round of applause to these fantastic women who are very much a pioneer in the field. And we are very, very happy for them. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, I think Yam would like to have one word.
معلش أنا بس عندي رسالة أخيرة. أنا كنت ساعية دائما لإني أعمل مبادرة دعم السلام عبر الرياضة. وأنا أسي يعني لو سمحتوا لي بتمنى إنه الزملاء يساعدوني عشان الحرب تقيف في السودان وفي اليمن وفي لبنان وسوريا وفي يعني في كل الدول. وبرفع المنديل الأبيض بقول إن شاء الله الحرب تقيف، يعني لأن هذه كان أكبر تحدي بالنسبة لكل النساء في السودان حتى غير الرياضيات. شكرا.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for your oh, Sandro, thank you. Just yes.
Thank you, but we don't have time for questions. Sorry, Zsuzsa, we don't have time for questions. Thank you very much. You will ask them a little bit later when you are alone. We will now, I will ask my distinguished colleague from EC to present some memorabilia from this Congress, because now you know the time is very crucial. But first, please, ladies, take this memory of AIPS Congress. Not Zsuzsa, she knows she was here. If you want Georgia, you can get it. Georgia, if you want, you can get it. Great, 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 great. And group photo, of course. Group photo, stay with them. While they are having the group photo, several very important information. Please take it very seriously. We will not start continental sessions in 2, but in 2:30 because of this slice late. 2:30. Africa will be in the room called Marsa. America in the room called Kantara. Asia in the room called Asina. And Europe will be here at 2:30. I also remind you that whoever wants to go to the dinner that Volleyball Confederation is preparing, the buses are leaving from the hotel at 7 o'clock. So, 2:30 continental sessions, 7 o'clock buses if you want to leave, and tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Please remember it, 9 o'clock, starting with Congress. If you didn't hear it, 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. It was very good morning, and hope you will have a very good and it is optional. It is optional. 7 o'clock, buses are leaving. It is optional. You can go or you don't have to go. Okay? Thank you. Have a very fruitful continental sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. That was such a good point. Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you.
Submission date or something like that about the next year's forum? Is there a submission date or something like that?
The panel?
No, the football forum.
Not yet, because the date